Good morning. Good morning. Eish. Okay, maybe we close the conference. uh, like you can tell, I lost my voice, but I'm happy to be here. And I'm excited that we are here and a full house yet again. As concerned that we could have lost some people along the way, but I'm happy that we are here. So please do a roll call. If we need to send some emergency rescue to some people, let us know. We have that covered too. But day 3 is here, and like MC has mentioned, we are going to dive into the program because we want to get out of here as soon as possible and have some more. Somebody that I know loves to dance. Sunday, we kind of compete in that space. But today, he's here in his capacity as the Director Research, Planning and Market Development, Insurance Regulatory Authority. And he's going to help us digest the topic of regulators' perspective on insurance trends. So please join me in welcoming
Good morning to you all, ladies and gentlemen. I want to observe all the protocol, but particularly welcome from Kenya, from Tanzania, from Rwanda. I think I've seen those 3 groups, but I overheard yesterday that we had somebody from Congo. And it's always an honor to have our regional brothers and I may need some support. I have a presentation. I don't know if okay. Thank you. Now, I was asked to speak about our perspective as a regulator on the insurance trends. And I took a global approach because, as you all know, insurance is a global business. But as I present, I will highlight our local story. This is the approach I took for purposes of carrying you through. I look at the history because I know for us to look at the future, it is important to reflect on the past. Then the present and what I see as the future, and conclude with a few takeaways in terms of what we probably need to do if we are to see tomorrow. That is number 1. Number 2, in as much as I have been asked to speak from a regulator's perspective, I have tried to bring the insurers in the picture because the regulator is not a regulator without the sector. So the 2 aspects of the history, the history, the current, and the future, touches both the regulator and the sector. Then I get a convergence. Now, with that in mind, and probably I need to mention that sometimes history tends to be so long that it also defines the present. My history is from about 2010. But you may realize that for some of the things which I'm calling history are actually current. And if they are not good, probably that points towards the need to rethink, re-energize, and maybe decide on the next course of action. Now, as you're all aware, our supervisory regime has historically been compliance-based, regardless of the size of the company, regardless of the complexity of the business. Our approach has historically policing. The regulator, history has it that has been looked at as a police. Policing, the relationship has been more of a policing relationship. I usually feel very uncomfortable when one of you calls me boss, because I am surely not boss. The regulator is in place because you are. So I don't even think Alhaji should feel comfortable to be called boss. I'm just saying I don't think. If he feels that, that's another story. But I don't think that he should feel good to be called boss. But that's the history. When a regulator comes, people shake. The current, there are some aspects, because I hear, these days we have branded vehicles. When vehicles are moving up country, people close and disappear. That's probably not the best. That's the history. So if it's still persistent, probably something needs to change. I had talked about compliance-based, ticking the box. Deep involvement in the affairs of the companies. That has traditionally been the approach of regulators. What I would call micro management. We want to look at this, we want to look at your HR manual, we want to look at the other way around. The modern approach, where regulation should actually follow innovation. There is an innovation, it's a challenge to the regulator. The regulator works around what has been proposed to develop a framework. Because innovators tend to move faster than regulators. So if regulation sticks that approach, where innovation has to follow regulation, our techno guys will say that will not work, because they are thinking when I was asked to speak about this topic, where IRA receives an application of a robot broker or a virtual insurer, and what my colleagues will do when it comes to supervision of the office suitability, because there will not be an office. But the traditional approach has been brick and mortar. We want to see the building, we want to see whether it is clean enough, whether it's located in a place which gives it a corporate image. physical document signed, endorsed by the auditor, etc., etc. That has been the approach. At least over the years, I have interacted with the insurance sector. How about the insurance sector? What have I seen over the years? What you I have always challenged you people that probably need to redefine insurance. 1950, 2020, the definition. The principles may not change, but probably with circumstances they can be challenged. They have remained the 6 or so. The products. I took chance to look at some of the products that we have since approved. It is very easy to categorize them into a few categories because of a lot of similarity. So largely the products are the same. And the focus in terms of market segmentation, almost competition is around the same market segment. The other feature I have noted with the insurance sector is that we have largely remained closed to the outside world. If I were to ask amidst us here, how many are from the outside insurance world? Maybe the number may not be significantly big. I also attend other conferences, but we usually speak to ourselves. And we are converted. So if we are trying to push for demand for insurance, we are pushing amongst ourselves. And probably that explains why people are not very aware, or if they are aware, they have not contextualized insurance within their businesses. So fairly closed. That is history. I have noted some improvements, but that has generally been the history. We cocoon, if I was to use that English word. Less informed customers, that goes without, okay, I can use this. Less informed customers, that goes without much emphasis. We suffer from the problem of what I would call information asymmetry. And that has caused a lot of challenges. When I look at the profile of the complaints which come to the IRA, majority of them are because the customers are less informed. We have the information, they do not have adequate information. So information asymmetry is a dominant feature, which, when I talk about the current, probably we are trying to circumvent it due to the interventions that have been put in place, one of them being the key features statement, which is now a requirement to be appended on every insurance policy. Skewness towards traditional classes. We have the Innovation Award, but I want to also tell you that if we are to be very strict on what innovation is all about, probably we would have no winner. Because if you look at the innovation component within the product, it is very, very significant. In terms of percentage, maybe 20%. The 80% is predominantly traditional. Then one size fits all. You have a policy. Everybody has to fit in it, regardless of the personal circumstances. The business models, I know many of you now have digitized, but traditionally a lot of manual processes, customer care issues. Price competition, the competition is around price. Though with the minimum premium rate regime, the competition is around the minimum. There is a convergence around the minimum. Everybody is converging around the minimum. And you wonder if the underwriting is being done digitally by everybody so much that the risk profiling is the same and the pricing drops there automatically. Of course, I understand competition, that you want business, but sustainability issues will come in. The stunted pie there, I mean, again, the people we are looking at are not changing. Yesterday I was having a talk with one of you who is a friend, and I told him that actually we have just compiled the statistics for Q1, and I mentioned a certain category that is shrinking. Maybe that's not for this group and for today. And he was saying that is very painful. What can we do? I said in the first place, the answer would lie into expanding the pie if we don't do any other thing. We look at those who are not insuring and we see what we can offer using the technology and all that as enablers. Otherwise, the talk of the 1%, less than 1%, even 2022, by the way, penetration is still less than 1%. So we shall continue talking about less than 1%, at least for the next, even the whole of this year, we shall talk about less than 1%. And I think in terms of population, about 7 to 8% of Ugandans. So the 93, 92 will still be talked about as an issue. So the pie is a bit stunted, it's not growing. And that has been the history. When I joined IRA in 2012, the literature I had read in terms of challenges, they are the same challenges that I read today. So if we can really rethink, as in beyond paper and documentation, and see how we can tap into the 92% of Ugandans or so who have not yet bought insurance, that would be a very good starting point. So I raised that question in red, that the regulator and the insurance players in the supply side, can we remain the same even if we had a choice? Number one, we don't have a choice, because remaining the same means that we can't see tomorrow. But even if we had choice, it's not desirable. So the answer is definitely no. So the role of the regulator has changed a bit. As you are all aware, our progressive movement compliance to risk-based supervision, so that we move away from the one size fits all, because different companies have different exposures and therefore should tap into the regulatory resources proportionately. The regulator's mandate has since broadened. If you look at our the regulator's strategic plan, much emphasized. But strategic objectives, 3 speak about market development. So we are in it together. We are very much determined to promote from a regulatory angle and proactively market development. Our emphasis has again, as you are all aware, focused now on governance to support our migration to risk-based supervision at all levels, insurers, brokers, and other categories. The Know Your Customer related government agencies such as FIA, that is Financial Intelligence Authority, Bank of Uganda, among others, Ministry of Gender on workers' compensation, because the shift at a macro level has been that let different regulators not focus on sectoral niches, but look at an economy at a macro level. And we have a Financial Sector Stability Committee, which is fed by the different inspection results that are done jointly. The regulatory net has expanded. As you are all aware, we have the regulations now for fintechs, what we call the sandbox regulations, which means beyond the traditional insurers, we are now looking at other non-insurance players traditionally, as long as they have applied to join the sandbox. We oversee banks, those ones who are selling insurance. Creating a conducive environment, as I said, is also now core, so that the ecosystem is good enough for everybody to thrive. Compliance, that one I had mentioned. Tiered licensing, we have licenses for different categories. I pointed out microinsurance. In the past, it was not possible. We are in discussions on community health, if they can join the microinsurance or they need a specific license. And as you are also aware, we are in discussion on the National Health Insurance Scheme, though there are still contestations on who should regulate, but we have tried to make a case that if we leave it alone, there are likely to be issues which may not be resolved. And some of those issues may actually impact the stability of our existing medical insurance providers. The appeals tribunal is in place. Also to open ourselves up so that we don't appear to be kings. If IRA says something which you are not satisfied with, then you have an opportunity to appeal in a less complex system. Because as you are all aware, the other option would have been court. And with all due respect, you know what our court system has, the amount of work they have. Market development, as I mentioned, is also key. Now, from those are a few things to confirm what I have mentioned, that we are proactive. What is evolving? Before I look at the sector and what has changed and what we need to do. Very soon, we may have discussions into those areas to come up with the regulations, because advanced markets have moved ahead of us. Cyber security and data security, because of the magnitude of the impact of digitization, because of the amount of data that is available and the fact that now data is one of the most valuable assets, we may need to come up with some regulations to control, to test the environment, and to provide guidance on disclosures to avoid exposing the insurance industry. That's one area that I see coming in the near future. Artificial intelligence and machine learning. I was reading NICOM, that is the regulator in Nigeria, already has a draft regulation on artificial intelligence and machine learning. They have a draft guidance framework on how, because that's a complicated area. It is an area that is a bit foreign, but it's with us. Because of its potential to cut down costs of business, because of its potential to fasten the speed, because of its potential to reduce possible fraud, it is something that we have to deal with. And I see a regulation also, discussions around coming up with a framework starting soon. Proportionate measures, we have received feedback from sector players that probably we need to break down our requirements further. Like for instance, many of you feel if an agent is selling a microinsurance product where they are not going to add any value, self-explanatory, etc., maybe there is no need for a COP, just as an example. And we are already considering one of them for agriculture insurance, because if we are to reach the rural areas in Uganda, expecting somebody in my village to have COP. COP currently is taught in English. So we are also thinking about providing different guidance on some of those considerations. Lastly is the issue of the ESG framework. I am sure many of you have read about this: environmental, social, governance. It is a global, but also trending. That in whatever you're doing, they want to see something greening, something environmental, and that will come with some reporting obligations. That will come with some disclosure obligations. That's also another area that actually we have started discussing. There is a potential donor or development partner who is coming on board, and at the right time we shall be writing the sector players to contribute so that we have a framework in place. Let me rush. From the insurance sector. The insurance sector has changed a bit. The relative share of life is growing. 2012, it was about 7%. 2022, about 34% in total premiums. The partnerships with non-insurance sector players are also coming up. I know many companies that are partnering with the otherwise external stakeholders, which is a good thing. Notable improvement in the delivery of promises in terms of claims. There is a lot of improvement, both timeliness, but also volumes. Again, when I checked statistics in 2012, the claims ratios were about 17%, the average industry ratio. Of course, that was good for the sector. The investors, they were maybe making more money, retaining more money on their book. Now it's about 41, 42%. It is still safe because the global average is about 50%, 50, 52%. but at least there is some improvement. The lobbying capacity, thanks to the various associations, UIA, IBAU. I think now when they are discussing issues pertaining to the sector, insurance is not forgotten, which to me is a good achievement. Whether we achieve when we reach the negotiation table or not is another issue. But technical engagements of macro nature, insurance has been invited to the table, which is a very good achievement for the sector. There has been talking, and I put talking in brackets. We have talked about the unserved market, unserved market, unserved market. So we know that it's there. From here, we are going to action. Market development initiatives, brand strengthening. Somebody asked me one time that, you mean insurance is that big? When they see some of these engagements. I called one of, he's actually a senior counsel. He attended the innovation award. He said, you mean insurance is this big? Now if somebody comes here and somebody came for the dinner, they would say insurance. So we have tried to brand, and that's a very good thing. What more? Again, rethink. Value proposition, collaboration between traditional and the insurtechs, more public-private partnerships. We have an arrangement now, the agriculture insurance, but we can have a lot more if we can discuss and agree on action points. They need to leverage on digitization. Those markets are not, you can look at them, there is still a large segment. The migrant workers need insurance. How we tap into it is an issue. The SDGs, this is a formula. The 17 of them, look at each one of them and see if you can come up with an insurance product. There is an opportunity therein. Issues of, this is again another trending issue, diversity, equity, and inclusion. They can point towards which products we can design that can respond to those very key issues. The future, as I conclude. Looking at quarter one, 14.9% is a good growth. Though when you deflate it and remove inflation, the real growth is 5.4. Not so bad. Inflation has reduced from about 11% to now 8.7%. So based on that, and of course, the achievements that we have already registered over the years, for me, I choose optimism. But the optimism is conditional. It is conditioned on one, that we accept that there is an issue. And I'm glad with the theme, rethink. Rethink means that you have already acknowledged that there is an issue. But for me, I've added here that you accept, then you adjust. Because rethinking is okay, but if you stop at thinking, even if you re-energize, you need to adjust many things, processes, whatever, then you advance. I thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you, Mr. Sande. Rethink, reshape, re-energize. Now, yesterday we talked about rethinking. So we spent the whole day yesterday, from the keynote speech to the afternoon panel. We were basically looking at rethinking. This morning, we are going to talk about reshaping. And later in the afternoon, we will conclude with re-energizing. I just wanted to go through briefly what we discussed yesterday. Who wants to give us a summary of what transpired yesterday? Or what were your key pickouts yesterday? We talked about the reality of disruption. We talked about InsurTech already being big in countries that are near us. We also talked about the headwinds and tailwinds and the need for businesses to look at what is supporting their business and what is against the success of their business. And my key takeout yesterday was everyone waiting for someone to take the lead. That really hit far, and it showed us that we need to, take the bold step and be fast. In the afternoon, we had the leadership and retirement session. I found it interesting that the retirement piece of the panel seemed to attract more attention than the leadership piece. And it made me wonder, is the state of our industry or country more worried about retirement than leadership? But, there was more interest from the retirement conversation, but also there was a pickup that succession planning is a must. And I think if you know that succession planning is a must, it's not just a retirement gimmick. It's actually a leadership strategy that as part of successful leadership, you've got to make sure that your succession plan is in place. So we are going to use just 5 minutes. I want 2 people who want to tell us about yesterday and the impact it had on them. You had better put up your hand, otherwise I'm going to pick on you. Okay, who has a mic? Edward, please pick a microphone. Please bring it to the Chief Executive Operations of GA Insurance. I'm sure she's right there, Shakira. She'll tell us about yesterday. Tell us about what you picked, your key takeaways from yesterday's conversation.
Thank you, Alex. My takeaway was mainly on the part of the gentleman. I don't know, the one who was talking about investments. The fact that we do not have to wait for when we are at 60 years to invest into property. At 60 years, you're supposed to be liquid. You're supposed to have cash flows. So we need to invest now so that at 60, we have cash flows to spend.
Thank you very much. Investment. Invest early. Don't wait to retire to start your dream business. Maurice, I'll have one more from Maurice here.
Thank you. I think the big takeaway yesterday was that through technology, the broker space is shrinking. And the thought process is, how do you rethink, reshape, and re-energize? And because of technology, if the broker is not focused, he will be not having business in the future, and hence the need to refocus. So the headwinds and tailwinds were the opportunities and what we need to put in place to make sure we are continuously relevant. Thank you.
A round of applause for Maurice. I agree with you. The broker space is decreasing. That was during the rethink session. So how do you reshape that? It means you need to reshape your business to take care of technology. Remember the keynote speaker said, technology is an enabler. So it can be a good thing, it can be a bad thing. It's up to you to use it to reshape your business. At this point, ladies and gentlemen.
Alex, Today is Friday.
Yes, sir.
Please allow Hamza. Because Hamza and Friday.
Most obliged, my boss.
Thank you very much.
I need to pick my paycheck,
Okay.
this evening.
Today is Friday, people. Allow Hamza. Hamza, please.
Hamza.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. I think for me, the key takeaway from yesterday's session was the need and overemphasis on partnerships with InsurTechs. It's not even surprising that Sunday has mentioned the same in this morning's presentation. Thank you.
Thanks, Hamza. We had skipped a very important point. Partnerships, partnerships, partnerships. Our industry has historically not been very good at partnerships. You know, our president, Paul, yesterday said, your win does not have to be my loss, right? And, you know, my win does not have to be his loss. So it's very important for us to actually partner. And if you look at the global organizations, you find that actually competitors partner. You know, they get together and think about doing things in big ways. And I think it's something that our industry can pick from. Can we start thinking big? Because some of the reasons we don't partner is because we are not even thinking big, right? We are looking at small accounts. That's why we can't even share the revenue, and we are all fighting to take that small account. But if we think big, and you know, someone says there's 99%, there's an argument about the size of the economy, but still, if you've got an economy and your contribution is 1%, those who did, you know, some statistics, they say you are negligible. They can just round you off and say you do not exist. So how do you move from 1% to 5%? And I think that comes from working together. You know, we are stronger together, and it's very important for us as industry players, especially brokers, to look at, can we look at big ticket items? Can we think of things that are big enough, large enough for us to actually sit together and sit on the same table and lobby together? Any other?
Alex.
Okay, one more from
Alex's microphone is getting there. One of the other things that I would also want to mention as the microphone is getting there is that the gentleman from NSSF said NSSF is not enough. And I think we need to remind ourselves that NSSF is not what?
enough.
But he also added that we may be the last generation that takes care of our parents. So Alex, please note that it is okay that your children will not take care of you.
I will plan accordingly, Doctor.
Thank you. I just have something that's actually disturbing my mind. I don't know if it's the same for others. And I'm going to give a quick example. To get a loan today of just little money, I don't have to go to a creditor, okay? I can get loans even up to 200,000, and I'm supposed to pay within 15 days. And if you noticed on your mobile phones, whether you're on Airtel or MTN, you can actually get a loan, okay? Like quick loan on Airtel, which means that there are certain people who have been phased out. So quick loans on Airtel, I've never seen them. I've never interfaced with them. But there's a system behind it. I'm able to get some money and pay it back in 15 days. So if I think of insurance, whether a broker, an agent, or an insurance company itself, there'll be a time when I don't have to interface with them. So if it is a broker, since this is a conference for brokers, does it mean brokers will be eliminated, or do they have to become the insurance techs themselves? Because when we talk about partnerships, me as the client at the end of the day, fine, I'll be getting the service, but how is the broker going to partner with an insurance tech? Can't the insurance tech itself be a broker, in quotes? So I see a challenge there, something that needs to be really thought about. Thank you.
Thank you very much. He raises a very important point that I like talking about. I know technology has scared brokers and it scared the broking space. But we also know that the role of a broker can never be eliminated totally, right? If we are talking about insuring vehicles, individual lives, the small-time insurances, yes, technology can take over. But technology will never be able to put together a complex, you know, risk and, you know, put together a structure that not only involves just the insurances, but sometimes there's a human interaction. There are things a broker will do by just interacting with the client, interacting with the risk itself, that technology will never be able to pick up. So yes, it's a threat, but again, it's a threat when we are small time, and which is why in a session like this, we've got to think to say, how do we become bigger? Actually, if you look at the composition of broking houses are traditionally small staffed establishments because it's an advisory business, it's a consulting business. So we will never have 100 employees the way an insurance company does. But in that advice there is actually where our value is. So can we think as brokers to say, how do we move to the next level so that actually technology helps us to take care of the smaller businesses, and as brokers, we create more revenue for ourselves. I would like to take questions for our guest speaker. You know, it's not every day that we have a regulator here. He gave a presentation, and I'm sure some of you want to. I think this is the time, Mr. Regulator, when we can ask you questions and you can't say no. There's one
a
for
hand
you.
here that
Yes,
I want to pick.
Just a quick one. I want to chip in what you've just said and the previous comments that you spoke about thinking out of the box, partnering, thinking big. I think we are talking about technology today. We are talking about global trends, but yet we are sitting on the gold mine that I don't think we are maximizing on it. Yet our countries are investing so much on this gold mine called East Africa. They are so working so hard and investing so much in trying to grow the region. But yet, what are we brokers doing to maximize, to profit, to get the maximum profit for this big investment that the region is doing? Just a quick one. We're all excited to hear now East African has grown, there's Congo. Now we all know all these East African countries are busy investing in securing Congo because most of our soldiers, they're already in Congo. Why are they doing all this effort for? If we cannot think beyond our borders, because when you're talking about thinking big, when you're talking about partnering, but it seems like you're putting it more in context within Uganda only. Yet, Uganda is investing so much in opening up all these borders. So I think now it's about time even us brokers start thinking how to partner with the regional brokers. Today we are proud to be happy to hear that a Ugandan insurance broker is partnering with South African insurance broker. It's not more of business, it's more of a brand. I want to be associated with the big brand. Yet, the big brand, you want to maximize it or just on a local scene. Yet, though this huge pie that we have, which is even simpler to enter into a partnership between local brokers, a Ugandan broker partnering with a Rwandese broker, a Kenyan broker partnering with a Tanzanian broker, we're able to service our client, and we also to share different experiences and capacities to be able to get the most out of this region. So I think we also need to direct our focus, our effort, where our countries are investing the most, which is the region, which is East Africa. So when we think about partnership, when we think about growth, let's start within our borders, East African borders, as we grow to even international. Because even I was in Congo a few months ago. There are some of our brothers, Kenyans. Kenyans have already made a step forward. When I got to Kinshasa, I found one of the biggest, if it's not the biggest bank, is Equity. One of the biggest insurer is, how do you call it, Mayfair. Where are we? We the brokers. Why are we not going there? Why are we have KCB, which has become a regional bank. We have the Jubilees, who have become regional insurance. Where are our local regional brokers at? Yes, some of them are trying, but it's an opportunity that is passing by on us, yet we're also focusing on new challenges of technology, yet there's a physical aspect we could be able to handle to make brokers stay relevant. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that's our president. If you haven't listened, then your broking business is going to struggle for the future. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to have our reshape session of this conference.
Alex,
Yes, sir?
you had asked for some questions. You want to pick a hand or two?
Because Mr. Sunday is going to be on the panel,
Okay.
we figured we'll compile
will
the questions together.
Handle
Yeah.
him at that level.
This is it.
Okay.
You know, historically,
Yes.
conferences have been set up in such a way that people have breakfast, then they come in, then they talk, then they say now it's break time. They go out for break time, they eat, then they come back for another session, then they say now it's lunch time. They go out for lunch, they eat, they come back, then say afternoon session. This is now 21st century. We are talking about the reshaping. Today, we are not going to break off for break. We are going to have what they call a working break tea. Now, a working break tea works like this. Effectively, the session goes on, then one by one. So you try to make sure you don't line up, because then you're embarrassed, you're in a suit, you're lining up, waiting for tea. So strategically, one by one, look at your neighbors. When you see your neighbor has gone, relax, listen to the panel. Then when you see he's coming back with his cat tea, you also move out. You understand? So slowly we move out without causing any congestion. And because our panel discussion is going to go on for about 1.5 hours, there's enough time for actually all of us to have tea without causing commotion. But I know I'm preaching to the converted.
Okay.
Ladies
So
and
Alex,
gentlemen, my
Alex,
boss.
So what you're saying is that depending on your hunger levels, you will stand up. If your hunger is higher, you will move fast. If it's lower, and also before Alex,
That
you
is so
introduce-
true. And to let you know, when I was growing up, whenever we'd be leaving home, they would say, when you're going to visit, they would say, don't go and embarrass us.
Oh.
That statement was so dangerous because it caused me not to eat when I visit. Because every move I made to ask for food, I thought I was going to embarrass my family. Okay. So I just want to encourage you people, it is not embarrassing to be the first to go.
Yes.
But like I said, just be strategic. Don't rush. Just stand up smartly and walk out like you're taking a call. And you can have your tea. It is your tea.
I
You
think
paid
that's
for
true
it.
because we paid for it. But before you bring in the panel, I just wanted to remind ourselves of also another statement I remembered yesterday. Alex, yesterday, one of the speakers said that when something passes you, you don't have to look for it. Simply to say that, for example, if you are 55 or approaching 55, you don't need a lot of land, you need a lot of money. Because some of them you did not buy the land, now you want to buy the land. And someone ably mentioned that you can have a lot of cows, but all you need is 2 million to go to hospital. So if you don't have it, me and you.
My elder brother, Mr. Paul Kavuma, is closer to that age. I am sure he's listening. I will learn from the mistakes that he makes. Ladies and gentlemen, for our reshape session, talking about insurance trends to watch for, please allow me to invite the Chief Executive for Ken Bright Insurance, Mr. Ernest Barutia, who will invite his panel. Please put your hands together for Ernest.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are here to be re-energized. Isn't it? We are here to be re-energized. As I was coming here, and earlier on as the guest speakers, the part of the speakers who were talking, they asked us what happened yesterday. Summarize what happened. And I was among those few people who did not speak, who didn't think about anything about this room. I was thinking about the dinner. I expected one of us to just stand up and say, the dinner was great or something. Unfortunately, we all focused here. It is very keen to know that we are here to, everyone has been speaking about revolutions. Yeah? The insurance market needs to think about re-energizing, reshaping, and therefore rethinking. And I just kept on thinking about this. And for me, whereas there is an impression of people being scared of the future. Oh my God, what is going to happen to us? I'm one of those people, because of this conference, who's very energized, who's very hopeful that we are going to achieve whatever we are going to achieve. And let's clap for that. With me, ladies and gentlemen, I cannot speak about, and that's why they call me the moderator. I cannot be able to, we cannot be able to expound this topic without me introducing our panelists that we have in the house. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm just going to speak to them and they will just stand up for recognition, and then thereafter I'll ask them to come to the front. Our first panelist is none other than Mr. Emil Chiwanda, the past president of the East African Insurance Brokers Association. When you introduce such people, you realize how much you have to learn and unlearn. Yeah? He's the founder and the CEO of Africa Insurance Solutions, board member of Pan-Afric Re Tanzania, and advisor of the East African Brokers Association Board. Mr. Emil is a graduate in insurance, finance, management, and an MBA in international business. He has experience, 39, eh? 39. This gentleman doubled my age, in experience. 39 years overall experience in insurance practice, 17 dedicated in reinsurance underwriting, direct underwriting for large corporates, and 6 in medical insurance, health schemes administration, and 14 in insurance advisory and broking services. He has worked in the National Insurance Corporation for 19 years, Medical Express Tanzania for 6 years, and later Africa Reinsurance Solutions, where he's been for the last 14 years. His areas of expertise are insurance, reinsurance underwriting, insurance scheme administration, insurance and risk management, consulting, and product innovation. Mr. Mill will be giving us the East African perspective of whatever we would like to put together. And he will give a presentation. He's the only panelist that will give us a presentation. Our next panelist, ladies and gentlemen, is none other than Miss Evelyn Nkalubo, the CEO of Statewide Insurance Company. Yeah? Everything, if those who know where Statewide Insurance Company has come from, you know that you have a lot of learning to do as well. Miss Evelyn Nkalubo Muemba is the Chief Executive Officer at Statewide Insurance Company Limited. She has over 23 years of experience in the insurance sector from a legal, governance, compliance, and practical perspective, having served in several roles while working with the Uganda Insurance Commission. Yeah? Uganda Insurance Commission. I know some of you from a certain age are saying, what is that? Is that UIA? No, no, no. Ladies and gentlemen, that is what is called the Insurance Regulatory Authority right now. Evelyn has held various positions, which include, among others, Program Administrator in Economic Research Center, Director of Planning and Management in Uganda Manufacturers Association, Administrator and Finance Officer Project and Monitoring and Evaluation Unit at UNDP Management, project funded by the World Bank. Legal Officer in Uganda Commercial Bank, Assistant Secretary, Uganda. I'm not saying people being innovative about taking tea. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we're told to be innovative. So just find a way of getting a cup of tea. Legal Officer in Uganda Commercial Bank and Assistant Secretary, Uganda Law Council, as well as State Attorney and Attorney General Chambers, Ministry of Justice. As I was about to conclude on her introduction, I also got to know that we have more about this panelist. She's now the Vice President of Women in Insurance in Uganda, so all the women, yeah, and the Vice President-elect of the African Insurance Women in Africa. Yeah. Thank you. The next panelist I have on board is, he's big, not only by the name, but also when you see him, you'll tell me. Mr. Nicholas Agama, Head of Business Development at Virtual Eye Technologies. Please stand up. Nicholas is an experienced risk engineer with wealth of local, regional, and international insurance and reinsurance experience. He has worked for AIG and reinsurance companies, including Zepri, in the Comesa region. Nicholas has extensive knowledge and expertise in risk engineering, underwriting, claims and risk management. He's currently the head of business development at Africa, senior risk engineer for Virtual Eye Technologies, a Swiss-based company, and a consultant and facilitator with the Insurance Training College, a telecommunication engineering degree from Makerere University, and a diploma CII from the Chartered Insurance Institute in the UK. Certifications from ITC and the College of Insurance in Kenya, and currently completing his MBA. Very good to have you on this panel discussion, Nicholas. We can't speak about innovations and don't speak about what the government has done in regards to supporting innovations in the financial sector. And with me here for the panel discussion is a renowned lady called Julian Reju. She's the manager at business transformation at NITA. NITA Uganda. She will tell us more what NITA is. So she has over 12 years working experience in ICT systems implementation, both in the private sector and in the public sector. These guys have done a lot of things around helping government to innovate in innovate in Uganda, automate things in Uganda, and we need to give it up to them and learn. So if government can innovate, then who are we, the brokers, not to innovate? Yeah, both private sector and public sector. Currently a manager business transformation at NITA Uganda, providing an oversight role in e-government systems implementation for government entities. Passionate about digital transformation that is aimed at improving way of doing things in the public service and lives of our citizens. Her academic background, she's finalizing her master's in ICT with MBA in strategy, bachelor's in IT. There's a word that is very hard there. Change. She will also tell us what that is about. Change management certified, Price 2 project management certified, and MCSE, MCDBA. I last heard these things when we were introducing the late President Idi Amin. Yes, so ladies and gentlemen, I've already highlighted to you the trends that we're trying to speak about. And when we speak about trends, all of us, especially those who look at your social media, you go straight to what is trending in Uganda. Yeah? But trends, and especially in the insurance sector, we are seeing a lot of things actually taking place. Social media is moving the world. People are now paying to get blue ticks. I don't know. And others are saying, why should they pay to get blue ticks and things like that? But again, we cannot run away from what technology is able to do to change things. I go straight to a story of my own parents. At a certain point in time when WhatsApp had just come, they really cautioned us about this WhatsApp thing. You guys are wasting a lot of time. You're always on WhatsApp. In fact, deactivate it from your phones. I'm taking away your phone and things like that. Yeah? I'll tell you, ladies and gentlemen, that right now, they're the guys who keep on posting and complaining why we don't respond to their SMSs. And unfortunately, this is the world that we are going in. And as the brokers and the insurance fraternity in large, it is important for us to actually look at all these aspects. One of the most notable trends in increasing of emerging trends in insurance, use of technology in the insurance industry. This includes artificial intelligence, machine learning, big data analysis to help insurers better understand and improve the underwriting accuracy. We have looked at things around usage-based insurance. And you know, ladies and gentlemen, in many years ago, we did not have actuarial capacity within the country. Luckily enough, this is through our association, the Actuarial Association of Uganda, we now have ample suppliers of actuarial services to help you develop whatever you want to. We want to speak about chaos. Yeah? If you remember, we talk about revolution, we speak about chaos. How chaotic is your operation? What are you disrupting? Yeah? Can we hear, like, whatever that guy thought about was mind-blowing. I didn't think about it that way. You know? Cyber insurance. Yeah? We've been looking at the banks being attacked. And 10 billion is off their accounts. Yeah? And then the insurance companies were like, those are their problems. And I was sitting with someone yesterday who were debating about something and said, imagine someone hacked into your system and changed all the start and end dates of your members. What is the worst that could happen? Imagine someone went to your operation system and changed and made all the unpaid premiums paid. What would you do about that? So, ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to overtalk because I need to help members become innovative about taking their breakfast. So allow me to invite Sir, Mr. Emil Chiwanda, to give us a momentum presentation that then will lead us into the panelist discussion. Yes, it's going to be projected.
Thank you, Ernest. Habari asubuhi. Oh, it's good. The last time I greeted you people, very few people responded, but now it looks like Swahili is now picking up in Uganda. Yeah, it's my pleasure to be a presenter on this panel. Just like Ernest introduced me, my name is Amir Kiwanda. I'm coming from Tanzania. And while we were waiting for the presentation to be projected, Alex reminded us about the panel that was convened late yesterday. And very interesting, the discussion that came from Bona Godfrey, I think that was his name, about retirement and how those of us who are retired should put to better use the benefits that we get from retirement. And that makes me feel like probably we should later have a breakout session with my fellow retirees so that we can at least engage and see what is it that we can do going forward. I'm waiting for the presentation, please. Yeah, so just like the theme of the conference goes, it's rethink, re-energize, and reshape. And the areas that have been assigned, or rather topics that have been assigned to our panel group is first about data protection, data privacy and security. Another one is about government initiatives and how they impact on financial institutions. Another one was around my memory doesn't seem to be very sharp.
Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget the tea is available. It's a working tea. Feel free to exercise your right to access to the tea.
Yeah, so the areas that we are supposed to discuss in this panel is data privacy and security. Another one is today's organizational experience. Another one is the role of data in risk management. Next is government technological initiatives in insurance. And then we'll end up with having a look at the East African perspective with regards to these areas. Yeah, so you'll agree with me that data privacy and security has become critical concern in insurance industry. As you may know, as practitioners in insurance, we need a lot of data if you have to underwrite a risk. So we need data from the time of underwriting up to the time of claim settlement. And this data yes, so as you can see from the projection, with the increasing digitization of consumer information and the rise in cyber threats, safeguarding sensitive data becomes more paramount. Obviously, information, if it is allowed to be hacked, there is big room that there's big room that that data may end up being misused either for ransom purposes. It can be used for probably to benefit your competitor. So the insurance sector must reassess its approach to data privacy and security to maintain customer trust and meet regulatory requirements. You may have heard from Bwana Sande that as a regulator, they are also looking at how they can be able to put in place regulations for framework to protect the information from clients. On the current trends there is intensified regulatory scrutiny, just like Mr. Sande said, and there is also cybersecurity threats. So probably when we come for the panel discussion, you'll be able to hear from the experts in that area on what is it that can be done going forward. So in my case, I thought that we need to have proactive security measures as insurers, as brokers, and then we also have to have collaboration and industry standards, which obviously will be designated by the regulator, and then we also have to embrace privacy by design. It shouldn't be something that is by accident, but it should be purposely done. Let's look at today's organizational experience. We see that the insurance industry is undergoing a significant shift in organizational experience. Traditional models are being challenged by changing customer expectations, disruptive technologies, and the need for agility. To remain competitive and relevant, insurance organizations must adapt to the evolving landscape and redefine their operational strategies. This is an aspect that was discussed yesterday. So this is a continuation of what we started earlier. Now, what is the current trends in this area? We have to have customer-centric approach, which I understand many of the brokers and insurers are already adapting. And then we also have to go into digital transformation. Obviously, digital transformation can be costly, but it's something that we can't avoid at this stage. So what is the way forward is responsive operations. Operations should be responsive to the customer needs. We have to enhance data analytics to assist us as players to redesign products, to price the insurance, the risk appropriately. And then there is also the issue of talent and skill transformation. The other one that is coming is the role of data in risk management. So data, as you may know, plays a crucial role in risk management, and specifically in the insurance sector. It enables insurers to assess risks accurately, determine pricing, develop effective risk management mitigation strategies. And utilizing data-driven insights enhances underwriting decisions, improves claims management, and strengths of low risk practices. In terms of what are the trends, we see a lot of big data and predictive analytics coming into play, and we see also telematics and the Internet of Things. And as a way forward, and should we expect in future, we have to enhance data integration. And in this area, you can have, say, a platform by the individual player being integrated by, say, the insurance company, the regulator, and the regulator's platform being integrated by, say, business registration authority or motor registration authority such as such. And another area is machine learning, artificial intelligence for risk modeling. That's again an area that we may probably hear more from the experts. And then there is real-time monitoring and early warning systems. Last area, but not the final one, is government technology initiatives. Just like Mr. Sande said, there's a lot of initiative by governments towards technology. And also there are initiatives in terms of policies to assist banks, insurance, and financial players to be able to do business better and efficiently, for that matter. So this is the current trend: open banking, open insurance, and the issue of regulatory sandboxes. This is something that Mr. Sande has mentioned as well. And the way forward is digital identity and the eKYC, blockchain and smart contracts, and regulatory compliance and data privacy. So now let's look at the East Africa perspective. We see that the East Africa market is huge, and there's a lot of potential, just like Brother Abdul had said earlier. And it's also a dynamic market. As you can see, there are so many developments that we have not seen maybe 5 years, 10 years earlier. But we have a unique challenge, such as low insurance penetration. There's a lot of untapped business. So we need also two strategies on this area. So technology adoption increases and the consumer expectations evolve. The region presents unique opportunities and challenge for insurance companies operating in East Africa. The trends now, we have seen increased mobile insurance solutions. You can buy your insurance on a phone. Issue tech disruptions. And then way forward, collaborative partnership. This also emerged in some discussion today, where you can have partnership between insurer and an issue tech or a broker, etc., etc. And we have to embrace digital platforms. This is again its repetition, product innovation, and the customization. So I have a few observations on the East African market as far as the data privacy and security is concerned. And this is the situation as we speak. With the legislation relating to data security or privacy and protection, we have Burundi, there is no specific data security requirement. There are no breach notification executions, and the relevant sector, specific agents or regional regulator is generally authorized to enforce violations of confidentiality requirements. For one, and that is for 2019. I think they may have, sort of linked with Kenya, so that it happened the same year. Yeah, so going back to the theme, rethink, and I got these from the Cambridge dictionary, as well as the Webster dictionary. So rethink is to reassess, one that results in changes being made, to re-energize, to make one feel energetic more once again, so that you can do something that you could not do now, and to shape is to do something in a different way. So asante sana kwa kunisikiliza.
Mr. Bill, before you go, I will request you to straight away take your seat at the panel discussion. Thank you, Julian, Evelyn, and Mr. Sande. Ladies and gentlemen, please clap for our panelists as they come up, please. Ladies and gentlemen, we have had an excellent presentation from our past president for the East African Insurance Brokers Association, Mr. Amil. Let's clap for him. It is really eminent that he has given the East African perspective of what is happening in every country, and from that you know where everyone has actually reached, and how prepared they are in regards to what we are trying to speak about. And with me here, as I've highlighted to you, I have a carefully put together panelist for us to expound this discussion and give it the support it needs. I'll start with Evelyn. Are you energized? You're very energized. What is your organizational experience in regards to data protection and privacy?
Right, thank you, Ernest. When it comes to data experience, oh, I forgot to greet you. A very good morning to you all. When it comes to organization experience, when it as regards data privacy and security, I will not limit myself, as I told you, I'm coming from SWICO, but I would address the industry as a whole, because some of the things do not really come from SWICO, but they do come from an industry perspective. For example, now I'll give you an example before. You know, when you are collecting data, of course, you use a computer to collect the data. The industry has evolved a long time. Many years ago, Ministry of Finance had a computer almost as big as this room. Those were the size of computers. But then they went on reducing to where they were able to sit on a desk. I was in a class we were going to study something, and then we had, of course, we are very many and a number of foreigners, so they thought they'd take us through some computer lessons. So the instructor instructed us. It got to a point whereby you just had to touch any key. So she told us to touch any key. And a colleague of mine from one of the neighboring countries put up his hand and asked her, where is any key? Thinking that any key is something you're supposed to actually strike. But we've actually come a long way. In the industry, there's increased awareness and regulatory focus. The insurance industry is now keenly aware of the importance of data privacy and security. This is mainly due to there have been some high-profile breaches in various sectors. And we also have regulatory bodies like IRA. There's a Data Protection Office set up by the Data Protection and Privacy Act 2019, which requires, amongst other things, for us to have a data protection officer. So all insurers have data protection officers, and these data protection officers are supposed to ensure that the entity actually abides by that act, and also data within an organization is handled the way it's laid out in the act. Then we have FIA, the Financial Intelligence Authority. Much as it does not relate much to data privacy, it also requires you, so that in order for it to do its work, they require you to keep that data for 10 years. In the industry, there is enhanced data protection measures. The insurers have implemented robust data protection measures, such as encryption. This is whereby you have some, I think it's kind of a program where only the recipient is able to read the message. If you read it in between, it would not make much sense to you. There are also access controls. Not everybody can get to each data. There are standards or grades. This one sees that as you go on progressing in seniority, and probably it's the most senior person who sees the most delicate information. They have also adopted advanced technologies like multi-factor authentication. If you want to access data, it's not just a matter of putting in your password and there you are. No, password, good, you are progressing. Then we are going to send you a code on your phone. Just make sure that you're actually the real person. So use the code. Those are two ways of proving that you're actually the one. And they also have come up with programs for intrusion detection, such that if there have been an attempt on your system, it straight away flags it. There's been an attempt on your system. There's a time when someone was really after me. It's like one bank called me and I said, there's a problem with the account. Come and we change the card. Well, I said, fine. Oh, the next one didn't mince its words. He told me, come, there's been an attempt on your account. We need to change the card. So there are alerts that are sent so that you don't, people don't get to you when you don't know. When there's an alert, then you put a bigger wall between you and the hacker. Then there's also privacy by design. I think the main speaker spoke about it. Privacy by design, that means that when you are designing the program, you are not going to put in things when the program is finished. The designs or whatever you want to be in, who is going to see who is going to approve what, is input when the design of a system is being made. And this involves implementing privacy safeguards from the early stages of the system design, whereby ensuring that privacy and security measures are built into the core operations. It becomes very difficult when you want something and the design has already been made. We can't put it as a topping on a cake. No, it has to be within the design. Then there's data minimization and purpose limitation. In the past, insurers had forms. You would fill in a form and they would design their form in such a way that they would want information that they are not going to use immediately. But it's like, you never know. We might need this information in the future. So people would fill in forms, pages, 8 pages, 10 pages. All you want is a motor policy. No. The data protection policy says when you are getting information from the clients, we're insurers who have clients, get information that is just enough for that purpose. If it's a motor policy, limit yourself to a motor policy. Don't ask the fellow whether he has a wife. Then again, you're going to ask him whether he has children, so that you want to see whether you sell an education policy. You ask him whether he has a company, so that you sell him some GPA. No. Then there is also the improved incident response and breach management. Insurance companies have recognized the need for robust incident response plans to handle potential data breaches. And of course, they have dedicated response teams. And in addition to the response teams, they actually train the staff for some exercises and also implement communication protocols to promptly respond to them and mitigate the breaches. The insurers have also recognized the need, not just the insurers, at least all the players in the insurance industry, recognize the need for collaborative approach. Much as their competitors, they actively participate in industry forums and they share best practices to collectively address data privacy and security challenges. This helps in staying updated on emerging threats and effective security measures. Then comes the customer awareness and consent. Insurers have now placed greater emphasis on informing customers about their data collection practices, privacy policies, and consent mechanisms. They have also made efforts to improve transparency and providing clear explanation of how customer data is used. You actually explain to the customer when you're taking the data that, no, we need this because you need this information because we'll need it like that. You don't go and tell a coffee processor, you know what, we also need the details of your bank account. He'll be shocked and says, what for? You ask for it at the right time. For example, if it comes to a claim, yes, there you'll ask for a bank account. He'll know why you want the bank account and he'll be happy about it. Then there is continuous monitoring and auditing. That cuts across all sectors. The insurance companies have recognized the need for ongoing monitoring and auditing of data privacy and security practices. Regular assessment, vulnerability scans, and penetration testing are conducted to identify and address any weakness in systems and processes. Monitoring is important. You don't wait till a hacker gets in and there you are firefighting. No, you monitor, check, and the firewall is still working so that if there was an attempt, reshape, put a thicker wall. Then there is data breach response preparedness. Yes, you've got to be prepared for that day. And many companies are prepared, but some do not actually know that they are prepared. Insurers have learned from past data breaches and now prioritize preparedness to respond to such incidents. This includes having well-defined breach response plans, conducting drills and simulations, and establishing relationships with external experts. So you do need expertise, for example, a forensic investigation. You're not going to put that person in-house, but you have him on standby. If something like that happens, you don't begin looking for one. That's the person you go to, and you begin moving. And in terms of data preparedness, I'll give you an example where a company, this was a life insurance company, whereby they asked this famous, the lawyers downtown, to go for a medical checkup. He wanted a life insurance policy. And when his results came back, he was a risky, very risky client to take on. So this fellow, being a lawyer, he went to them and they told him, sorry, we will not be taking you on. He actually went to the office and asked them, can you give me the reason why you are not taking me on? If they had given him the results, he would have sued them, either them or the clinic, because they are not supposed to pass on the clinic the results. So all they had to tell, of course they ran around and said, what do they do, what do they do? They consulted and we just said, no, tell him to go to the clinic. He still has the same body. And or if he wants to redo the test, if he doesn't want to redo the test, then let him ask the clinic to give him the results. Overall, the insurance industry has come a long way in prioritizing data privacy and security. The lessons learned from past incidents and regulatory changes have led to increased investment in protective measures, greater customer engagement, and proactive risk management strategies. However, as technology and risk evolves, insurers must remain vigilant and adapt their approaches to stay ahead of potential threats. I'll give you an example of someone trying to shoot at a bird which comes down to eat some seeds. Yes, you manage to shoot it, the bird decides to move and perches up on a tree. You learn to shoot without missing. The bird decides, no, I'll never perch again. It flies without perching. You learn to shoot a moving target. That's how we are supposed to move. Thank you.
Wow, ladies and gentlemen. Another round of applause for our panelist, Evelyn. I was about to ask her if private bodyguards can still be insured. The trends we're having in Uganda. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. To allow for... Can I answer that? She's asking if she can answer that.
He's asking whether private bodyguards can be insured. I'm not so sure that it's the bodyguards who are to be insured. It's the people they are guarding to be insured. They're the ones in danger.
Thank you so much. To allow for gender balance, I want to go straight to Nicholas. Yeah, we've spoken about cyber threats, we've spoken about pandemics, climate change. How can the insurance sector prepare themselves for the risks that are coming out of these?
All right. Hello. Good morning. Is it still morning? Good morning, everyone. Let me start with the good manners. Evelyn set the trend. I start by greeting you. Anyway, the different trends that you've talked about, Ernest, are the emerging risks. So when we talk about the emerging risks that are affecting us right now, we have climate change, cyber. Evelyn talked about many years ago, the computer was as big as this room. Thank God I was not alive then, because I can imagine dealing with a computer the size of this room. And at that point, cyber risk was not an issue then. But now cyber risk is a huge issue. Then we have the other trends like the pandemics. We are still suffering from that one. I know we all think because we stopped wearing masks, the risk is done, but you know the ripple effects of COVID-19 will affect us for some more years to come. That's one of the reasons why we're having a very hard insurance/reinsurance cycle right now. Then we have the other emerging risk, like, I think Evelyn talked about this as well. Or Ernest actually talked about it, would be the AI, that's artificial intelligence, robotics, and all that is being affected by the cyber risk. Then how do we work together as insurers, or as brokers in this case, to sort this out? I like whoever crafted the theme of our conference, rethink, re-energize, reshape. That sums it all up. So the collaborative, as Mr. Mill talked about it, that collaborative partnership. As a former reinsurer, I like to say I love how reinsurers work together. You know, would sit down and do the claims management, or come up with, for example, the table of retentions together. So as brokers or as risk advisors, maybe that's why we need to sit together, be very collaborative, and come up with solutions for these emerging risks. Other solutions would be the alternative risk transfer solutions. So with these alternative risk transfer solutions, we're looking at ideas like the insurance pools, captive insurance, you know, parametrics, the retention groups that some of the risk advisors have come up with. Digitization, that's key. Some of these emerging risks need digitization to sort us out. And digitization is a big, complex thing. But the first thing we need to do is get that data together. You know, I always say, when I walk into your office and see too many files at the back of your office, if you have such a big shelf with books, that already shows an issue with your data management. I like to walk into an office and it's just a desk and everything is online. I'm seated here, I should be able to have a policy signed. So if you have no DocuSign and you're a principal officer in your company, that should say a lot about your risk, your data management, and maybe pick a leaf to see how you can improve. You can't tell guys, keep it in my in-tray all the time. I'll sign when I get back. The clients are not going to wait for that. The world won't wait for you. Some of the other methods would be, of course, peer comparisons. So you do peer comparisons between each other to see how, and of course it goes back to the collaboration between the different groups. Then also, as brokers, we have to get the experts in. Evelyn talked about getting a forensic. When you can't do something, get the experts in. Because you have to leverage on the human resource capital out there to make you do well. So getting guys on board that know more about cyber, that know more about climate change, that know more about pandemics is a key step in handling the risk itself. Don't sit back and say, I'm a motor underwriter, but I can also do climate change. Or I can also do cyber risk insurance. So let's accept where we cannot handle and call on the experts and work with them. Thank you. Ernest.
Thank you so much, Nicholas. You highlighted a very important point, that we have CEs here who have sent for documents from Kampala to have them signed. So, so ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much, Nicholas. I'm aware that data has been very, very significant in regards to risk management. How can these guys, how can the members utilize data to actually make proper risk management?
So, data, you know, Masayoshi Son, that's a Japanese billionaire, said, he who rules the data rules the world. He who rules the data rules the world. If you Google Masayoshi Son, he's a techpreneur and he's a billionaire. So he clearly lives, he walks the talk. He rules the data. Elon Musk rules the data. Mark Zuckerberg rules the data. And they rule the world because they're rich, they're wealthy, at least we know that for sure. So The risk management process will involve identification, assessment, mitigation, and monitoring. All these steps require you to leverage your data. So with your identification, how do you identify the risks if you have no data or build around your data to identify? So you have to sit down, look at your book. And what is your book made up of? Your book is made up of data. So the more data points you have in there, the more you can identify. So if you're looking at your motor book, for example, you're going to look at your commercial vehicles, your private vehicles, your fleets all over the place. And then you start identifying the risks that are associated with insuring matatus or insuring border borders. And that's how you're going to move to the next step, which would be the assessment. So then you move to the monitoring. Then the mitigation and the monitoring. So even in monitoring, you have to have an integrated risk management process. So a process flow that can pick up, first of all, historical events. I like to say, I've visited a few guys and you'd have an underwriter saying, I don't know what happened. I'm just renewing the policy as per existing terms. And when you ask, what's the claims history? And they say, I wasn't here last year, so I don't really know it. You see, that's already a glitch. That's already a huge glitch in the system. So the risk management process or the platform should be integrated with all the different processes you have in the company, like the claims management, underwriting itself, finance, so that there are no issues in the system. So when Mr. Sunday's team comes to audit you, everything is perfect. Or at least you know where everything is located. And it would be easy if all he came to do was look through the process flow. Other than say, go to the archive room, there are 1,000 files in there, start going through the different files. That kills it all. That becomes harder to manage. Thank you, Modest.
Thank you so much, Nicholas. A round of applause for Nicholas, ladies and gentlemen. He has clearly highlighted the need. If we are to grow this industry, if we want to take it to the level we need to take it to, we need to think about how well we're utilizing our data. And forget about what we've been doing. It means data you have, the data that you do not have, you start creating ways of getting it, and collaborations. Ladies and gentlemen, the government of Uganda utilizes data very well. In its own way, it makes sure that census is done. It makes sure the number of districts keep on growing somehow, I don't know what. And we have a lot of questions, and just like you and myself, and that's why we decided that we need to bring Julian here to tell us how is government supporting emerging trends in the financial sector. Julian, over to you.
Oh, thank you, Ernest, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Julian Reggie from National Information Technology Authority, which is NITA. Many people confuse us with NIRA. NIRA is National Identification and Registration Authority. Every time you talk about NITA, they're like, my national ID now, I have issues and so on. NITA basically is responsible for the technology in government, the implementation of the technology, the infrastructure in government. And I like the theme of this conference, rethinking, re-energizing and reshaping, and to be able to do that, you have to use technology. We cannot do it in the way we have been doing things, and hence everybody has talked about technology, everybody has talked about digital transformation, everything is around data and so on and so forth. I just wanted to bring it to perspective before I talk about what government is doing. The trends that you are now aware about, the digital transformation and the data that Nicholas is talking about, all starts with you, starts with the way you are capturing and processing your data. So those that are not yet there, please, technology, without technology, you're likely to lose out on a lot of things. And here we're not talking about websites and portals. I did a little sample on some of your websites. I wanted to see, do you have an online service? Can I go in there and apply for any of your services? Many of you talk about the services, then the list that I've seen have told me you fill up this form. today's world and generation, people want quick and fast and easy things. Yesterday you were talking about retirement, but the new generation, they don't have time for filling those forms. If you're tapping into this market, the market that somebody was talking about, they're young people. They have gadgets, they have phones. How do you make it easier? One of your colleagues mentioned that people are issuing loans on phones. How can we issue our insurance services online quickly? To be able to do that, you need to transform internally your internal processes, and that's the digitization everybody's talking about. So digitization is just not having the computers in there. No, you need to automate your internal processes so that you start tapping onto the other world. And by the way, somebody also talked about the borders. With technology, there will be no borders. Just a little uncomfortable to say, I subscribed for a service in another insurance company in Nairobi. They were online. I didn't need to go there. I've never gone there. And I'm still accessing that service. So we are talking about Congo and so on. You don't need to have offices there. Make sure that you are set. You are reshaping your operations. Your services are online. Yeah? So when we are talking about digitization, please, it's not the computers, but how do we now start tapping into that other world without moving? And that's the competition you're going to start having right now. So I thought I would bring in that before I talk about what our government is doing. So what government has done, and of course as government, the concentration is us. Internally through NITA, we have tried to put up the infrastructure. Infrastructure, we are talking about connectivity. And this also goes to say that those who have not invested in infrastructure, you still need to invest, unfortunately. Connectivity in terms of internet, in terms of hosting or cloud. You've heard of people talking about cloud and so on, where you have to store your data and so on and so forth. So government, we have rolled out connectivity, meaning we are connecting all government offices up to the district level. We are not yet there, but we are there. And why are we doing that is now because we want to collect that data you're talking about. We want to give them the computers and also give them the systems to start collecting the data in all the fields, health, education, and so on and so forth. So that we have done. The other that we have done, which we hope you're going to tap into, and even others have tapped into, is that big word called data. Government has set up what we are calling a government integration platform. We are calling it the UG Hub. What that platform is doing is that we are integrating all government systems so that you, the public, even government entities can share that data across the board. Somebody talked about KYC. One of your insurance companies has already come on board. And why they have come on board is that they want to tap into the NERA data, the national identification data, because they want to offer that KYC quickly. And that is why you find now banks are offering online opening of accounts seamlessly without going anywhere. Why they're tapping into that government data. So that platform is available for you. We are integrating the health systems, we're integrating the education systems and so on and so forth, so that we are able to provide data for you to innovate new services, to innovate things that you can provide to the public. And we not now, but yes, you can always get in touch with NITA and see how to tap into that so that you can seamlessly. So that some of these services can go online. I don't need to fill a form. You can find out who I am. Just give you my national ID. Once you put it in the back end, that data is pulled from NERA, of course with a lot of security. It's not as easy as I'm saying it. Okay? There's a lot of security that goes in. Also to note, the data protection is actually, office is under NITA. So we are very mindful of that security and making sure that data protection is available. So the data is available from government. We don't have everything yet, but we are getting into that space so that when we're talking about data analytics, the AIs, to help you be able to do your things seamlessly, you have to have data. We cannot talk about analytics unless you have data. So as government, we are providing that platform for the private sector to utilize it. The banks have jumped on it so much. There's only one insurance that I know that is there. If I've missed another one, I'm sorry about that, but we are providing that in place. The other thing that I probably also wanted to mention is that as government of Uganda, we are also providing what we are calling e-signatures. We want you to fill that form online. And I sign and I go. I don't need to download it, then sign, then upload it. One of the services that I consume from one of your, from the insurances, whenever I'm asking for something, I have to download the form, sign, then upload and send. At least they have tried to be semi-automated in a sense. I don't have to walk there, but I still have to download that form. But can I have that service online? And even, transfer my funds or whatever I need to transfer without, So we need to rethink, we need to reshape, and we can only do that with technology. So the government has provided that service. It is there. It's an e-signatures and e-seal service. You come to NITA and you'll be able to support you with that. I want to use quickly this opportunity to also talk about the masses that they're talking about. The regulator was saying, what about our people down there? We talk about these digital things, but our people down there, how do we tap into them? What government has done is that we're going to provide, and we are rolling out again, we have provided a bit what we are calling the hotspots. Some of you have utilized the UG, my UG. And what we are saying is that can we provide access to our people? If I have my phone and I'm in some market in Soroti, can I go there and look for one of the insurance brokers and I'm like, oh, I need my vehicle, And I do it online and I go. Like I've said, our people now want quick and fast and easy. They don't have time. So can we provide that? So government, we are providing those free Wi-Fis in most of public areas, the hospitals, the markets. Of course, a lot of concentration was on the universities for young people to be able to do that. Security, lastly, very key. We have what we are calling the Cyber Security Response Team. It's a national team that all we do is just monitor cyber attacks on government systems and government websites and so on and so forth. So when somebody was saying partner with the experts, please, you can always come to government to support you. In that, we do a lot of digital forensics. We do a lot of those cyber security assessments and so on for people. So you can still also come to government to do that. At the end of the day, we are saying we're also providing an infrastructure and a platform so that you can move to another step, another edge, and we consume these services for our people, not just within a few people, but for everybody in the country. Thank you.
Our panelist, Juliana, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, risk and data move hand in hand. It even comes in the from the point of those who are still dating, yeah, courting, yeah. Now you can go and look at your prospect and say, you first do some risk assessment. Use data to determine the likelihood of divorce. And most importantly, the lifespan your partner is likely going to take. You can even use that to project their revenue projections, such that you do not fall into a position where you're stuck into something that you did not predict. So data is very, very important. Julian, you've really given us a very good perspective in regards to what government is doing in regards to data, risk and forensic data protection and privacy, and that's very good. Please pay our regards to NITA, and let us work collaborations. Let us work with government to actually find ways of scaling up our products to the masses and the local and the larger markets. Thank you so much. At this juncture, ladies and gentlemen, we already had at least each of the panelists speak about something. So I'm going to now give back to you, because we are mindful of the fact that you had an innovative tea break. So the lunch is about to come into your heads. So let us have questions. I was aware that there was an online platform. There was an online platform where we could see the questions. I don't expect hands up. People should be punching in your questions such that, it's emerging trends, ladies and gentlemen. So we're not going to, but if you insist, Chairman Solomon, please take the microphone, Chairman Solomon.
Thank you very much for respecting me as old school. We're still alive and we need to live. I do honor all the accolades given to me since yesterday, and I do respect the good treats I have had, and I'd like to request those who honored me, please to accept my comments. It has nothing to do with disrespecting the honors they gave me. I am losing the conference because, like it has happened before, we hear of people going to workshops, international trips, only to come back with new words. Then you know that person was in Geneva, he was in Washington. They talk about our GDP growing, the common consumer asks, but where is the money for the common man? And they tell you don't understand economics. Does my friend in Rukunjiri must understand economics? We are looking for money to be able to go to hospital. I don't want this conference to go away with new words. And it asks me, because sometimes I've got to talk to my sons now in secondary, of the new things I hear, big data, Netflix, Spotify, what have you. And my grandson told me I was too slow for him. So when you talk about emerging trends, ladies and gentlemen, I heard a speaker yesterday give a very quick excuse to run away from technology and say technology is an enabler, not an inventor. And we agreed. We were on all fours. Technology being the enabler. And we talk about new trends. What about the lost promise? Insurance doesn't start today, didn't start yesterday. What have our predecessors consumed of insurance? Because we have crimes to answer. And this sets the ground for my persistent attack on Protazio. And I've always said, and I'm glad Protazio is neighboring Evelyn. Evelyn, put on your old hat and then answer my question, why we cannot reinvent insurance. Like economics thrives on the basic laws of supply and demand, the demand and supply curve. In insurance, we were told of a rhyme saying, the rhyme of 4 P's, that for a price, we issue a policy with a promise to pay in event of a problem. There were 5 P's. Now I'm told the principles are 2. That insurers will look for any excuse not to pay. And we still see claims not being paid. NITA, government, thank you very much for giving us the infrastructure. The insurers in this house, the regulator in this house. Can we rethink and simplify insurance? So we say insurance is here to pay. Full stop. Full stop. If you're not going to pay, don't talk about it. I have a client who tore a policy apart, not physically, and said, Solomon, these conditions you are giving me, this is excluded unless this is paid, provided. What you will not pay, don't talk about it. What you will pay, say you will pay, and tell me what to do. I think if we walk out of here singing big data, singing these new words, mainstreaming, what have you, I don't think we are serving our people out there. The 99.2%. I think there is a language that they understand. My colleagues from East Africa will recall a dinner we attended, and the host said, using Swahili, that I am honored to host this function in honor of Madalai. They called insurance brokers Madalai. And I thought I'd found a word. Kumbe Madalai means Shylocks. Here they call us Kayungirizi. Are we Kayungirizi? Now we are struggling to say Mashauri ya Bima. What is the local word for insurance? So I think before we adopt this neater story, what my colleagues are saying, I really want us to answer the failed promise. And we make a fresh promise of how we are going to pay. Then have insurance being relevant to everybody, and use NITA to deliver it, and use NITA to collect the premiums, and for us to be able to pay claims. I have said so much. I have not asked a question. I might have lost where I started, but that's my feeling. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, our elder, Solomon Lubando.
Honest,
Yes.
I moved to that side, there's a lady. I also want to share, while working at the association, we encountered an interesting claim. And that was one of a lady that lost her limb. The full leg was cut off. And remember that we had made a commitment as insurers, and all CEOs in the market had signed the renewed commitment to pay claims in 2019. So we interacted through Julie, we interacted with the claims team, and everyone therein to make sure that we indeed confirm what Solomon was talking about, to ensure we pay. When the lady lost her limb, trust me, it had to take our CEO to call that insurance company to settle the claim of a lady that had lost a limb of 1 million shillings. So these are life stories, sometimes that we need to see if we are paying or not. I just wanted to give a rejoinder to what Solomon had said. Yes, Judy.
Thank you very much for the panel discussion. And Julian, you have brought to light something that has been very interesting in our minds. And let me throw a curveball to this entire team. In medical insurance, all of us sign a claim form before you receive service. That claim form, at the end of the day, goes somewhere. It is collated or put in some drawers. At the end of the month, they put it together, then submit it to the insurer. Surely, in this day and age, we want to rethink, re-energize, and reshape. Why are we still submitting physical claim forms? Nobody has a database of signatures in this country. So how do you validate that indeed that particular client has actually signed that claim form? Why don't we adopt the biometric systems that enable you to validate that indeed the member that was standing there is the one that was actually served? And then also think, I mean, we are thinking outside the box this morning. Why don't we do end-to-end claims transmission, automate the entire process, and even have a way of validating and, vetting these claims online? These platforms exist. I'm from Smart Applications, and I'm talking about something that is available. Thank you.
Thank you. Judy, anytime Smart Applications is a conversation.
There's a question here.
Where? Okay.
Thank you, Alex, and thank you, panel discussion. My question goes to the regulator, I think. I wanted to know if there is any movement to integrate the systems for the insurance applications. Evelyn was talking about the integration. In other markets, like our market, Tanzania, there is no physical documents in terms of insurance, especially motor insurance. So the regulator's office were able to develop a system of which everything is integrated from the we call TRI, Tanzania Revenue Authority, where the motor vehicles are registered. So once you put the registration number to your smart system, it goes directly to pick data from the TRI. Then data goes to TRMI system from the regulator's office. You get the digital payment number. The payment is done. Then you have your cover note online and the e-sticker. So there's nothing like physical sticker. Of course, you can get downloaded cover note where you can send to the client. So my question to regulator is that, is there a way or is there a movement you are trying to do at least to reduce the time taken to write a physical documents to the client? Or how soon can it be done, at least to reduce this turnaround time, at least to serve the client? Thank you.
Thank you. Someone smuggled a microphone to me. I was trying to catch the chairperson's eye, but it was taking some time, but very happy. My name is Isaac Mpanga. I work with very new, I think one of the newest members of the insurance industry, that is the Insurance Appeals Tribunal. I am its registrar. I came here to represent my chairperson who has not been able to attend this conference, and I'm glad that we did attend. I have attended the conference this is my third day here. I came on Wednesday. I've had a lot spoken about, and I want to speak about one thing that I have not heard most panelists mentioning, and that is dispute resolution. Back then, there was a time when lawyers loved litigation cases because they would pay school fees for the children. He would sustain it in court for 7 years. There's a famous story of a person who litigated an insurance claim and taught his child through law school, and he graduated. And then when the child came, the father wanted the young fellow to go, and he had an extra lawyer to send, so he sent him to court too. So he got on the side with the lawyers on the other party, and they talked about the issue, and to him it was very small. He proposed a way of settling it. They went before the judge, and the case that had lasted almost 8 years was settled. Went back to the farm feeling very happy and told the father, you know what, Daddy, I've solved this thing. The problem was simple. We did this, we did that, we filed our consent, and everybody's got the insurance is going to pay this much. Father would tell him, how stupid can you be? What is going to look after your siblings? This case has been sustaining us forever. Now, that has been the trend. Sadly, that trend of using dispute resolution as a way of buying time is closing. The law we have now mandates a dispute resolution mechanism where the first complaint is to be made to the regulator, then you appeal to the tribunal. At the regulator, your dispute has to be resolved within 90 days. You use the same time at the appeals tribunal. I think in the entire commercial justice sector, it is only in insurance where you're sure once there is a dispute, you'll have a decision within 90 days. Now, what does that mean in a forum where we are talking about rethinking, re-energizing, and re-strategizing? It means, colleagues, that let's strengthen our legal departments, let's leverage external counsel, and let's not, again, look at legal risk as something that will stay there 10 years and we can ignore it until when we've left the company, it will be a problem for someone else. We can no longer kick the can of legal risk down the road, because once a complaint is lodged, within 90 days, you'll have a decision. Now, you like to talk about risk. Let me tell you, one of the things that can take you out of business is a judgment against you. The sums that you deal with are huge. If you lost a claim, it can wipe 500 million, a billion or two of your balance sheet. Take complaints seriously. In my short life at the tribunal, I have seen insurance companies summoned and they don't turn up, they don't send lawyers, they don't send anybody in-house. Now, of course, the lawyers, one of the panelists is a very senior colleague. She will tell you that the tribunal will proceed with or without you. A decision will be made without you. If it's against you, there will be consequences to pay. Now, The process of setting aside an ex parte judgment, lawyers will tell you, is hard. And at a tribunal, being a tribunal, an industry-based tribunal, it will not proceed until it is sure that you have indeed been served and you have months. It will order a first service, it will order a second service, to order third service. If you come to the opinion that you have deliberately refused to come to the tribunal, then it will fix your matter for hearing. It will turn up with a decision, and you have to pray that it's not against you, because if it is, setting it aside, getting yourself out of it, might be hard. So while we rethink, let us remember that the framework has slightly changed. Within 90 days, you'd have a decision determining a matter of about 500 million. One of the last ones I saw involved a car dispute, and the value of the car was about 800. And I'm imagining if people had casually dealt with it, someone would have to settle a claim of about 800 million. Now, the other thing is I've spoken about strengthening in-house legal counsel. Most of us are happy to use our claims departments as our legal departments. It's fine, as long as they can take stock of your entire legal risk. That is okay. But if you think they can't, make sure you have a dedicated legal team in-house. But if you don't want to have one in-house, at least have a formidable one externally. The other is this trend of legal risk management is going regional. I know that Kenya already has an insurance appeals tribunal. Tanzania and the other partners don't have yet, but they are watching the trend, and if it's working in Uganda and in Kenya, they'll also adopt. So before you know it, even these regional deals we are booking, there'll be a regional dispute resolution body still emphasizing the same thing, the element of time. Because the person sponsoring these tribunals, which is government, wants to cure what our senior colleague has mentioned, the issue of a third party feeling he has not been paid. The policyholder feeling, I took out a policy, I have made a claim as I am required to do, and I have not been paid. Now, if he's supposed to be paid, he should know within the shortest time possible and collect his check. If he's not to be paid, he should also know within the shortest time. And now, this trend will go at almost every tier of your business. Lastly, without taking too much time, let's follow due process when we are booking policies. Because once there is a dispute, everybody will pull out the rules and say, first, and they'll be very mechanical, and they don't care whether your processes are manual or automated, but there should be a semblance of due process. If you missed any form, then it will come back to bite at that time. That is what I wanted to say while we are rethinking, reshaping, and re-energizing.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, please be reminded that you can post your questions on Slido, log into Slido. They projected it right there. You project it again. We are having the last question. Log into www.slido.com, enter the code 1758342, put in your question there. We will have the last physical question because of time.
School. Daniel Kaiwa from Highway Insurance Brokers. And mine is just to add on to what Senior Solomon has said, and I will stand on his shoulders to call on our insurers, underwriters. There's a pain that is going on in the market where clients feel fatigued about requests for information, logbook, driving permit, national ID, for every other incident you interface with the insurance company. So if you're underwriting the policy, you give in this information. There's some adjustment, you give in this information. There's a claim, you need a motor vehicle logbook, you need this, you need that. And sometimes the clients will ask you, but we have submitted all this information, driving permit, bank details, where are you coming back with these claim forms? Just pure claims. So I think underwriters should find a way of preserving the information that they collect and use it internally or interconnect the departments. If underwriting has collected the logbook, then why should claims call for the same kind of material or a driving license or something? So it should only be the invoices and whatever reports that we should be collecting and not the information that we have already shared. So for me, that's the data enabling segment that we heard from Julian. Thank you.
Over to you.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for those questions. And automatically, I'm going to request the panelists to take on one by one and make their closing remarks for the interest of time. Excuse me. The first was about the failed promise and what should insurers do. And I'm not going to. Everyone is saying you need to simplify how you do your insurance. Yeah. I think most of us are comfortable with the corporate markets who understand. Even some of us in here do not understand exactly what we sell. And we expect the people, the mass markets down there, in Kenya there's Mama Mboga, and then the Chikubo people, the vendors, to actually understand what you're trying to tell them. Mr. Sande Protasio, I know you're going to do justice to this discussion. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ernest. Yes, my mentor Solomon says we have had a fight. I think it's not a fight, actually. It's a convergence of mind. When I was talking, I mentioned that there has been some significant improvement in the claims ratio to about 40% now, from about 15-17% 5 or so years ago. But that's not really a regulator's issue, because what we have done as a regulator, we have issued guidelines with respect to claims. So it's you people to implement. And in 2017, we did some study on the market. This one I can say, since we have very few outsiders. I was told by one of the officers that if you want to stay here, you don't hurry to sign to approve claims for payment. People are given bonuses for the claims they have turned down. They have not paid for one reason or the other. So I think it is a moment of self-reflection. We need to have self-reflection. We need to know that we are in the business of paying claims. Yes, you want to make value for your shareholders, but the ultimate is paying claims. So it is really self-reflection amongst us to know that the business we are in is a business of paying legitimate claims. Otherwise, if we continue hiding under documentation, and you should have a reason to pay unless you are given a reason not to pay, not the other way around. That is number one. Two, I have also had a personal experience. Now I'm at a regulator, and I have imagined what happens if it's not a regulator. I usually recommend people to insurance companies because of my position at IRA and the fact that I have had a life outside. But there is a recent case which took 6 months, even after the regulator had intervened, for the company to accept and pay. And actually, when you look at that case, it is a straightforward case. But the insurer is saying, no, this is our position. We lapse the policy but we provide, the client provided reasons and provided all the evidence. 6 months. Now, what are the chances that this person will tell a good story to the other people? And these are opinion leaders in their communities. You hurt one person, he tells a million. You make one person happy, he may choose not to tell others. So we really need to have self-reflection, because the problem is with us and the solution is with us.
Thank you so much, Sandy. We really appreciate that. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to pay claims. It's very clear. We should make claiming as easy. Instead, we make paying premiums easier. How you pay premium, how you become a member, that's very easy. When the claim comes, the discussions become tough. And that leads me to Evelyn, to the next question. Because, yes, he highlighted that you ask for information when you're accepting the policy, and when the claim arises, you're asking for the same shall we assume that you have two different organizations within the same organization?
Thank you. I think I couldn't agree with him more. It's really important to have the right data within the organization and everybody can reach out to it so that clients do not get this fatigue of filling in so many forms. I also gave an example, an early example where people are being given 10 pages to fill in for a car policy, which actually reduced. That will come to IT, improving our systems. And when they also said insurance is all about paying claims, true, insurance is all about paying claims, Solomon. And at SWICO, this time I would speak for SWICO, there are many claims that are paid. And truth be told, not every claim is payable. But there are claims that you pay, not that they are payable. You pay them on an ex gratia payment because this is a client who's been there for a certain number of years. I think the insurers actually bend backwards to try and pay certain claims. I think I'll also take the opportunity to comment on something that I thought government should do, and my colleague can help me from NITA. We fill in very many forms. You go for a national ID, you fill in information. You go for a driving permit, you fill in information. Land title, you actually need information. Passport, you need information. If government can come up with a central place of all this sensitive information, data concerning someone, such that when they look at my number, I go for a national ID, they will just explaining who you are, giving the same information to each and everyone where you go. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Evelyn. And that is very, very insightful from your side. There was a question around insurance, the automation of the motor insurance. Mr. Protasi.
Yes, the answer is yes. She wanted to know whether the regulator has taken lead on this. The answer is yes. Maybe the only thing which I had is the digital sticker.
Mm-hmm.
We are working on the law because the law requires that you display it at the moment. But once we have surpassed that, then the process will continue up to the printing of the digital sticker. So we shall not have a physical one. At the moment, we have a requirement for a physical one. So we have to comply with the law. Then to my sister from NITA, I think there is something you mentioned. Where I sit at IRA, we are required to consume products of NITA by law. Now, insurance also requires that you consume insurance from Uganda. There is a particular provision, and actually, if I was police, probably would have taken it beyond. But the law requires that you buy insurance from within. Notwithstanding the digitalization and whatever, I think the first thing is to comply with the law.
I think that was a point of communication to our panelists. Yes, it's important that we buy insurance from Uganda. But even the question around from Evelyn in regards to the agency keep on collecting, asking for information, the same information.
Because we'd say technology will replace us. And then Alex said, but you know, there's that emotion or there's that empathy that we need, that clients will always need. Nothing beats a physical conversation. That's why a broker will always be important. But maybe the word broker is too strong. Let me go with risk advisor or risk manager. In times when you say broker, everyone says, oh, so you want commission. So let me switch it up to a risk manager. So how do you make insurance easy? Let's start with Ms. Julian said, I went to your websites and information looked good, but I couldn't buy a product. That's the solution. How do you make that easy? You, the risk managers, risk advisors, you become the insurtech. So you already had a pain point. The pain point was, I cannot buy a product. So you go back, sit down with your IT team, and create a product, and it could be bought online. Then she also went further and said, I have to download, look for a printer, then print it out, sign, scan it back. That's a pain point. Go back, have it digitally signed. So I like to say, as insurers, let's not switch everything to the IT team. At times I'll call up some guys and say, let's have a discussion on your pain points, and they say, talk to the IT team. No, let's be the solutions. Let's know the pain points and have solutions for the pain points, and then just have the IT team develop the solution. So you sit down and do the process map, come up with the progress plan, what you need to be done. They say medical insurance is 20% of our book, but they say medical insurance is 90% loss ratio. That's the pain point. What is the solution? She talked about the biometrics. I think that's in place. But do we have to have those documents? I always like, whenever I go to the hospital and my son is sick or something, they always give me that claim form. And even the paper they use, after a few days, it fades off. I always throw those papers away because it's just more dirt and more clutter in our cars or in our country. So how do we move away from that? Alex has his new Mercedes-Benz. And then there's that patch created by the sticker. So that patch created by the sticker on the car makes the Mercedes-Benz not look as good. So, as Anne said, let's live here. Let the regulator tell us, the e-sticker is coming. So at the front screen, about your screen looks good. There's no patch on it. So how do we make insurance easy? Let's start with the quick wins. Let's start with the small pain points that we have. You be the insurtech. Don't be left behind, Go onto your website, talk about, you have a very beautiful picture of yourself as the MD in a good suit. But then after that, I've done looking at your profile and your very many qualifications, then what happens next? Let me be able to buy a product. Let me buy my motor policy off that platform, and let there be all payment options at that point. Let's start with the basics. Then another thing maybe I'd like to say is, let's maybe sell more than insurance products. Let's sit back and say, how do we walk this talk with you, the client? So like recently I did something UIA where we went to the MSMEs and said, let's build business continuity plans for you. Because you need to keep the business afloat for you to ever pay insurance. If they say, statistics say that our businesses don't live to their first year, so if you can't go past the first year, you're not going to pay insurance for 1 year. One day pay insurance for 100 years. So how does the business outlive them? So we said, let's design business continuity plans for them and tell them about the critical processes and how they can mitigate any losses or anything that would inhibit the business from going forward. So as risk managers, risk advisors, let's go and be part of the client's pain. Let's not just go pick our checks and leave.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nicholas. A round of applause for Nicholas, ladies and gentlemen. We are mindful of time, and Mr. Amil opened the discussion. I want to ask him within 1 minute to close the discussion on our behalf.
Thank you. Sorry, Ernest. Thank you, Ernest. Firstly, it was my pleasure really being part of, take part in this discussion. Probably my parting shot will be, we need to embrace, as insurance players, we need to embrace digital. We need to embrace technology. And how to make insurance easy is through use of technology. People can access, because going back, you have to go to the insurance office, to the broker, to get your insurance issued. But now, with this new development, it's easy for a client to buy insurance on his phone. So that's the way to go. That's what I can say.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think the job has been done. Allow me to kindly request you to give a round of applause for our panelists. Thank you so much. Let's go back, rethink, reshape, and re-energize.
Thank you. Another round of applause for our moderator and panelists. Before you leave, I'll ask the MD of our platinum sponsor, UAP Old Mutual, Mr. Stephen Chikovo. Please come up and take a photo with our panelists, and then you will also hand over our token of appreciation for giving us their time to be here with us. As Stephen comes up, please give us another round of applause. Mother tongue influence. I just want to talk about mother tongue influence as Stephen comes up. Nicholas was actually giving an example when he said Alex has his new base. So by the time I translated in my mother tongue, then to come back to English, I actually realized he was giving an example because I was going to ask him where is the base. But that is what happens when you are not English, because I have to first go back to Uganda, then I bring it back to English all at the same time. So you will pardon me for my reaction when he said that I have a new Benz. Please, cameraman, guide them. Fantastic. So the first, are you done? Thank you. The first one is going to Mr. Nicholas Okiring. Thank you for the second one is for Mr. Mead. The third one is for Mr. Sande Protasio. He's our regulator, by the way. The next one is for Miss Evelyn Kalubo. The next one is for Miss Julianne Reju from NITA. Thank you very much. And the last one is for our moderator, Mr. Ernest Barutia. Thank you very much. I will now dismiss the panel and its moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, as you realize, we have done very well on time. Yesterday I promised you that we will not be late again. So we are going to use the last 7 minutes. I am corrected. I have dissolved the panel, not dismissed. You know my regulator may send me a notice after this. Eh? I withdraw the dismissal, sir. It is dissolving. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to use the last 7 minutes of this session to listen to the a statement from the African Insurance Brokers Association. Kindly allow me to invite Mr. Nelson Omolo to deliver a message from IBA. A round of applause for Mr. Omolo. As it comes up, lunch is going to be in the usual venue. We are reconvening here at 1:45, so that we start at 2. Today, we want to end by 3:30. Mr. Mola.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Alex, for inviting me. Fellow delegates, it is my pleasure to be here at the 5th IBAU conference. I must say that I want to congratulate the president of IBAU very, very deeply, and the organizing committee for a job well done. Since our arrival here, we have had a fantastic time, and all that has gone to it is really commendable. My name is Nelson Omolo. I'm here to represent the chairman of the African Insurance Brokers Association, AIBA. the chairman would have wished to be here with you in person, but because of commitments, he was not able to come. However, he sent me with a short message which he requested me to read to the delegates on his behalf. Many of you must be wondering what IBAU is all about. IBAU is the African Insurance Brokers Association. This is one of the oldest bodies formed under the Africa Insurance Organization, the AIO. You are aware about the AIO. Among the bodies that the AIO has formed includes the Association of Supervisors of Africa, that is the Association of Insurance Regulators. I'm sure the regulator who is here must be aware of that. Among others, the AIO has also formed the Association of Insurance Trainers. In Uganda, we have the Insurance College, which is also a member of that association. We have a similar college in Kenya, another one in Tanzania, and so on. So IBAU was formed along the same lines. IBAU divides Africa into regions. And for the sake of its operations, it has divided Africa into 4 regions. And these are the Northern Africa, the Southern Africa, the East Africa, and the West Africa. In this region of the Eastern African region, we have Tanzania, we have Uganda, we have Kenya, we have Rwanda, we have Burundi, we have Sudan, and recently we have been joined by DRC. What is the objective of IBAU? IBAU is a continental advocacy body. You are all aware that in a business like insurance, we need advocacy. And that is what IBAU is standing for, to do advocacy at the continental level. Within the African continent, you're aware that we have organizations started first by the East African Community, and along that line is how the IBAU has actually allocated the regions. I am representing the Eastern African region at the moment, and that is the reason why, the chairman asked me to represent him at this conference. So allow me to read the short message from the chairman, which is as follows. The president of IBAU and your board members, presidents representing country associations, the organizing committee of IBAU, Office of the Insurance Regulatory Authority, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. I wish to convey warm greetings from the Executive Committee of African Insurance Brokers Association. I had purposed to be part of the IBAU conference in person. However, owing to the vagaries of work and the ongoing preparations for the forthcoming AIO conference in Algiers, I finally found my diary to be in a quagmire. I therefore requested my colleague from your region, Mr. Nelson Omolo, who is a member of IBAU Executive Committee, to represent me and to convey my greetings and also to read out my brief remarks. I'm highly encouraged by the great success noted at this event, not only in terms of sheer numbers in attendance, but more importantly, by the quality of topics listed for discussion. The event is important to us at AIBA in many ways. One, it gives an opportunity to IBAU as a member of East African Regional Bloc to showcase its success by the convergence of such a pool of talent. On the sidelines of IBAU Conference, it has also provided an opportunity for the leadership of the East African Insurance Brokers Association to get together in order to share experiences, particularly now that insurance business is undergoing enormous transformation. About AIBA. AIBA is one of the oldest bodies formed under the African Insurance Organization. It is a Pan-African broker advocacy body whose objective was to provide African broker with data-driven insights in order to inform policy and formulate brokerage lobby at the continental and regional level. AIBA's mandate is to aggregate the efforts of the continent's insurance brokerage sector on local and Pan-African trade policies. This will inform the shape and future of the African brokerage business. It also seeks to unite the African insurance It also seeks to unite the African insurance brokerage leaders from the private sector in order to provide a unique advocacy platform, bringing together the African insurance brokers and the African insurance policymakers so as to support extra and intra-Africa insurance brokerage initiatives. Finally, this continental body seeks to drive Pan-African advocacy policy initiative by providing a framework for private and public sector engagements in trade and insurance risks in Africa, including policy formulation in line with the ambitions of the AIO. This can be possible if all our regional blocks pulled together in one direction. Sadly, at the moment, this region, meaning the region of the East Africa, is not well represented at the AIBA membership. I wish to strongly encourage the East African Regional Bloc members to move faster and reclaim your rightful place at the negotiation table. The rightful place meaning the East African Regional Bloc members need to become members of AIBA. That is the end of the chairman's statement. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, at 33 minutes past midday, it is lunchtime. I would like to announce that the morning session is done. You've been a very, very, very good audience. And as the MC, I would like to sponsor and reward you with lunch. So, a buffet and a soft drink on me. By now you'll have received your, I got mine, so today I'm prepared. But by now you'll have received your coupon. If you don't have your coupon, if you don't have your food coupon, because you'll need it at the lunch place, please pick it from one of the ushers at the exit. It's 1:33, lunch is for 1 hour until, it's 12:33 until 1:33. And I'll give you another 7 minutes to relax, look at the Nile, enjoy, the environment. Let's reconvene here at 1:45 because We are going to start at exactly 2 o'clock. Why? Because we are going to Busowoko today. Who has ever been to Busowoko? We are going to Source of the Nile today, and we have karaoke this evening. So some of us need to train our voices to make sure that we win the nice prizes that are up for karaoke in the evening. Ladies and gentlemen, enjoy your lunch.
In 1976, Africa Re received the mandate to serve and develop the African insurance industry. Since then, the corporation has acted diligently and committedly to fulfill this sacred mandate. As we reaffirm this commitment, we strive every day for service excellence and to remain the industry leader on the continent. Africa Re's legendary resilience manifested all through the COVID-19 pandemic, meeting all claims obligations and supporting the larger community. A $3.3 million COVID-19 relief fund was set up to assist healthcare providers and communities across the continent. Despite the difficult global economic environment marked by the post-COVID-19 slow recovery and the global impact of the war in Ukraine, Africa Re was able to grow its gross written premium by 5% in 2021 to reach $845 million. Net underwriting profit increased by 146% to reach $34.56 million, while shareholders' funds stayed above the $1 billion mark. Our business continuity plan remains robust, and we continue to serve our clients with the same speed and excellence in these unprecedented tough times. Our financial rating has been reaffirmed at A by AM Best and A- by Standard & Poor's, both with stable outlooks. As a result of our preparedness, robustness, and resilience, Africa Re maintained its position among the top 40 global reinsurers by Standard & Poor's and in the top 50 by AM Best. We are exceptionally flexible in handling the exposure of our clients to the COVID-19 related risks. We never give up on our clients. As industry leader and in compliance with international best practices, the corporation will introduce IFRS 17 by 2023 in order to conform to the new standardized insurance accounting and reporting standard, improve comparability, as we strive to fulfill our mission in the various markets on the continent. We also earn the respect of regulators. Accordingly, our office in the Dubai International Financial Center, DIFC, was officially inaugurated and write both conventional and tactical business, while our South African subsidiary, Africa Re South Africa Limited, received its license to operate life business. We continue to work with regulators across the continent to develop the industry through various projects, such as the development of mortality tables in one of our member countries to improve the underwriting of life insurance policies, the development of a new regulatory IT application to improve the insurance industry statistics and transparency in another member country. At the continental level, we are promoting the introduction of blockchain technology in the African insurance and reinsurance industry. We strongly believe this initiative will help to reduce frictional inefficiency and cost. Africa Re has continued to train young insurance professionals through our Young Insurance Professionals program, YIPP. The program has successfully resumed this year with the fourth batch of participants succeeding from 3,000 entrants across the continent. We have continued to remotely train insurance companies, brokers and risk managers on various skills and competences necessary to build the human capacity of the insurance industry. We held the 7th edition of the African Insurance Awards in June 2022 in Nairobi to celebrate excellence, performance and innovation in the African insurance industry. Still in line with our mission, vision and values, Africa Re sponsored studies on the impact of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, AFCFTA, on the insurance industry. We are optimistic that the expected boost to intra-African trade will lead to an increase in penetration of insurance on the continent. With regards to climate change and in line with the COP26 resolutions, Africa Re remains very supportive of the engagements for Sustainable Development Goals. In Africa Re, we still learn, care, lead, and win. We are Africa Re. Africa reassured.
The Insurance Training College is the membership and training arm of the insurance industry, offering an exciting range of certified professional programs and short courses in partnership with many top organizations. We have graduated over 5,000 students and trained thousands of professionals in the region. Our courses are majorly conducted online, helping you manage your schedule better. So whether you're looking to progress in your career or looking to start a new career in insurance, we'll help you get there. Visit itc.sc.ug. ITC programs are accredited and licensed by the National Council for Higher Education.
Life insurance is not expensive. If you have an income, there's a plan for you. So that you get out of conversations of threatening people. After 2 years, it shall be over for you. Speak to Prudential so that your future is more sure.
Prudential. Let's face life together. Turinawe. Prudential is regulated by the Insurance Regulatory Authority.
Into the future, what comes to your mind? Will you be happy and relaxed, or will you be working twice as hard even in your old years? The decisions you make today will shape your tomorrow. Time, as we know, is fast spent as the years go by. Will you still have the strength to work as hard as you do now? Will you still be able to afford a comfortable living? The list of what we need to take care of today is equally long and tedious. Medical bills, education, food, clothing, shelter, you name it. We are too busy taking care of today that we forget that our future needs to be catered to. Get yourself a Pru Investor Plus policy and enjoy peace tomorrow. Rest assured that should anything happen to you, your loved ones will be financially secured.
Snacks for the cheap, one space chateau, one moon, and one brave little girl who whose studies had to be the first African woman on the moon.
The future is possible when you insure it. Get the ICEA Total Education Plan today. Call us toll free on 0800 100 120.
In the game of life, one important thing can increase your chance of success. Confidence. Confidence is the game changer.
Confidence! Where do I find that, Jose?
First rule, you need a goal.
I don't play soccer.
Nice color,
Right?
but not that kind of goal. What do you want from life?
Happiness. Success.
Checkmate. Less worries. Next, you need a strategy.
I gotcha. Like a game plan.
Exactly. Put in the work and stick to it. Nothing pays better. Trust me.
No.
Then you need to be patient.
How patient?
More patient, success cannot be hurried. And most important of all, you need the right team behind you. Do all these things and you will have the financial confidence to achieve anything.
Anything?
And everything, my friend.
Hospital food. It's not going to win any Michelin stars, but chances are you'll have to endure it at least once in your life. Which brings us to Confidence Rule 25. Hope for the best, plan for the worst. So make sure you're covered for whatever life serves you. It may not make the food taste better, but knowing you're financially protected, it's pretty sweet. It's just no flavor.
The time is now to take a step in the right direction with UAP Old Mutual. We are an integrated financial services provider with general and medical insurance, life assurance, and asset management. With over 177 years in existence, operations in 13 African countries, we have stood the test of time. We are customer-centric, innovative, and provide tailor-made solutions. We have high underwriting capacity and capabilities in special risks. The time is now to be part of the future of insurance with UAP Old Mutual. Visit our website, uapoldmutual.co.ug.
Whenever you need me, I'll be there. Whenever you call me, I'll be around.
In a world of uncertainties, where risks are inevitable, how can you protect what matters most? Introducing Liberty Uganda's comprehensive insurance solutions. We are here to shield you from the unexpected, providing you with the safety net you need. From car accidents to natural disasters, from theft to medical emergencies, we've got you covered. We are in it with you. Contact us today.
In 1976, Africa Re received the mandate to serve and develop the African insurance industry. Since then, the corporation has acted diligently and committedly to fulfill this sacred mandate. As we reaffirm this commitment, we strive every day for service excellence and to remain the industry leader on the continent. Africa Re's legendary resilience manifested all through the COVID-19 pandemic, meeting all claims obligations and supporting the larger community. A $3.3 million COVID-19 relief fund was set up to assist healthcare providers and communities across the continent. Despite the difficult global economic environment marked by the post-COVID-19 slow recovery and the global impact of the war in Ukraine, Africa Re was able to grow its gross written premium by 5% in 2021 to reach $845 million. Net underwriting profit increased by 146% to reach $34.56 million, while shareholders' funds stayed above the $1 billion mark. Our business continuity plan remains robust, and we continue to serve our clients with the same speed and excellence in these unprecedented tough times. Our financial rating has been reaffirmed at A by AM Best and A- by Standard & Poor's, both with stable outlooks. As a result of our preparedness, robustness, and resilience, Africa Re maintained its position among the top 40 global reinsurers by Standard & Poor's and in the top 50 by AM Best. During this difficult time, we are exceptionally flexible in handling the exposure of our clients to the COVID-19 related risks. We never give up on our clients. As industry leader and in compliance with international best practices, the corporation will introduce IFRS 17 by 2023 in order to conform to the new standardized insurance accounting and reporting standard, improve comparability, as we strive to fulfill our mission in the various markets on the continent. We also earn the respect of regulators. Accordingly, our office in the Dubai International Financial Center, DIFC, was officially inaugurated and write both conventional and tactful business, while our South African subsidiary, Africa Re South Africa Limited, received its license to operate life business. We continue to work with regulators across the continent to develop the industry through various projects, such as the development of mortality tables in one of our member countries to improve the underwriting of life insurance policies, the development of a new regulatory IT application to improve the insurance industry statistics and transparency in another member country. At the continental level, we are promoting the introduction of blockchain technology in the African insurance and reinsurance industry. We strongly believe this initiative will help to reduce frictional inefficiency and cost. Africa Re has continued to train young insurance professionals through our Young Insurance Professionals Program, YIPP. The program has successfully resumed this year with the fourth batch of participants succeeding from 3,000 entrants across the continent. We have continued to remotely train insurance companies, brokers and risk managers on various skills and competencies necessary to build the human capacity of the insurance industry. We held the 7th edition of the African Insurance Awards in June 2022 in Nairobi to celebrate excellence, performance and innovation in the African insurance industry. Still in line with our mission, vision and values, Africa Re sponsored studies on the impact of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, AFCFTA, on the insurance industry. We are optimistic that the expected boost to intra-African trade will lead to an increase in penetration of insurance on the continent. With regards to climate change and in line with the COP26 resolutions, Africa Re remains very supportive of the engagements for sustainable development goals. In Africa Re, we still learn, care, lead, and win. We are Africa Re. Africa reassured.
The Insurance Training College is the membership and training arm of the insurance industry, offering an exciting range of certified professional programs and short courses in partnership with many top organizations. We have graduated over 5,000 students and trained thousands of professionals in the region. Our courses are majorly conducted online, helping you manage your schedule better. So whether you're looking to progress in your career or looking to start a new career in insurance, we'll help you get there. Visit itc.sc.ug. ITC programs are accredited and licensed by the National Council for Higher Education.
Life insurance is not expensive. If you have an income, there's a plan for you. So that you get out of conversations of threatening people. After 2 years, it shall be over for you. Speak to Prudential so that your future is more sure.
Prudential. Let's face life together. Turinawe. Prudential is regulated by the Insurance Regulatory Authority.
When you stare into the future, what comes to your mind? Will you be happy and relaxed, or will you be working twice as hard even in your old years? The decisions you make today will shape your tomorrow. Time, as we know, is fast spent as the years go by. Will you still have the strength to work as hard as you do now? Will you still be able to afford a comfortable living? The list of what we need to take care of today is equally long and tedious. Medical bills, education, food, clothing, shelter, you name it. We are too busy taking care of today that we forget that our future needs to be catered to. Get yourself a Pru Investor Plus policy and enjoy peace tomorrow. Rest assured that should anything happen to you, your loved ones will be financially secured. With this plan, you can grow wealth for the people that depend on you with an option of getting some money every 3 years, should you need it. How it works. All you need to do is make regular contributions either monthly, quarterly, half-yearly, or yearly as you are able to. 20% of your premium goes towards your insurance benefits and 80% is allocated to your investment fund. Remember, your investment fund is accessible every 3 years. Just like that, little by little, you would have made enough to take care of yourself and your loved ones. It takes courage to make the decision to invest in your future. Make that decision today. Contact us today. Email customercare@prudential.ug or call +256 312 251 400 or WhatsApp 0707 444467. Let's face life together. Tulinawe. Prudential is regulated by the Insurance Regulatory Authority of Uganda.
Can win free fuel. Yes, you heard me. Free fuel when you buy a Simba Motor policy. This policy covers, among other things, damage to your car, theft of your items in the car, medical bills, and provides you with 24-hour road rescue. Get the Simba Motor policy and enjoy free fuel.
Space travel is not that complicated. It's really all about the numbers. All you need is one control center, big enough to fit all the smart people. You will need 5 scientists, ground support, 1 clerk, snacks for the trip, 1 space shuttle, 1 moon, And one brave little girl who studies hard to be the first African woman on the moon.
The future is possible when you insure it. Get the ICEA Total Education Plan today. Call us toll free on 0800 100 120.
In the game of life, one important thing can increase your chance of success. Confidence. Confidence is the game changer.
Confidence! Where do I find that, Joseph?
First rule, you need a goal.
I don't play soccer.
Nice color,
Right?
but not that kind of goal. What do you want from life?
Happiness. Success.
Checkmate. Less worries. Next, you need a strategy.
I gotcha. Like a game plan.
Exactly. Put in the work and stick to it. Nothing pays better. Trust me. Then you need to be patient.
How patient?
More patient, success cannot be hurried. And most important of all, you need the right team behind you. Do all these things and you will have the financial confidence to achieve anything.
Anything?
And everything, my friend.
Hospital food. It's not going to win any Michelin stars. But chances are you'll have to endure it at least once in your life. Which brings us to Confidence Rule 25. Hope for the best, plan for the worst. So make sure you're covered for whatever life serves you. It may not make the food taste better, but knowing you're financially protected, it's pretty sweet. It's just no flavor.
The time is now to take a step in the right direction with UAP Old Mutual. We are an integrated financial services provider with general and medical insurance, life assurance, and asset management. With over 177 years in existence, operations in 13 African countries, we have stood the test of time. We are customer-centric, innovative, and provide tailor-made solutions. We have high underwriting capacity and capabilities in special risks. The time is now to be part of the future of insurance with UAP Old Mutual. Visit our website, uapoldmutual.co.ug.
Whenever you need me, I'll be there. Whenever you call me, I'll be around.
In a world of uncertainties, where risks are inevitable, how can you protect what matters most? Introducing Liberty Uganda's comprehensive insurance solutions. We are here to shield you from the unexpected, providing you with the safety net you need. From car accidents to natural disasters, from theft to medical emergencies, we've got you covered. We are in it with you. Contact us today.
In 1976, Africa Re received the mandate to serve and develop the African insurance industry. Since then, the corporation has acted diligently and committedly to fulfill this sacred mandate. As we reaffirm this commitment, we strive every day for service excellence and to remain the industry leader on the continent. Africa Re's legendary resilience manifested all through the COVID-19 pandemic, meeting all claims obligations and supporting the larger community. A $3.3 million COVID-19 relief fund was set up to assist healthcare providers and communities across the continent. Despite the difficult global economic environment marked by the post-COVID-19 slow recovery and the global impact of the war in Ukraine, Africa Re was able to grow its gross written premium by 5% in 2021 to reach $845 million. Net underwriting profit increased by 146% to reach $34.56 million, while shareholders' funds stayed above the $1 billion mark. Our business continuity plan remains robust, and we continue to serve our clients with the same speed and excellence in these unprecedented tough times. Our financial rating has been reaffirmed at A by AM Best and A- by Standard & Poor's, both with stable outlooks. As a result of our preparedness, robustness, and resilience, Africa Re maintained its position among the top 40 global reinsurers by Standard & Poor's and in the top 50 by AM Best. During this difficult time, we are exceptionally flexible in handling the exposure of our clients to the COVID-19 related risks. We never give up on our clients. As industry leader and in compliance with international best practices, the corporation will introduce IFRS 17 by 2023 in order to conform to the new standardized insurance accounting and reporting standard, improve comparability, as we strive to fulfill our mission in the various markets on the continent. We also earn the respect of regulators. Accordingly, our office in the Dubai International Financial Center, DIFC, was officially inaugurated and write both conventional and tactful business, while our South African subsidiary, Africa Re South Africa Limited, received its license to operate life business. We continue to work with regulators across the continent to develop the industry through various projects, such as the development of mortality tables in one of our member countries to improve the underwriting of life insurance policies, the development of a new regulatory IT application to improve the insurance industry statistics and transparency in another member country. At the continental level, we are promoting the introduction of blockchain technology in the African insurance and reinsurance industry. We strongly believe this initiative will help to reduce frictional inefficiency and cost. Africa Re has continued to train young insurance professionals through our Young Insurance Professionals program, YIPP. The program has successfully resumed this year with the fourth batch of participants succeeding from 3,000 entrants across the continent. We have continued to remotely train insurance companies, brokers and risk managers on various skills and competencies necessary to build the human capacity of the insurance industry. We held the 7th edition of the African Insurance Awards in June 2022 in Nairobi to celebrate excellence, performance and innovation in the African insurance industry. Still in line with our mission, vision and values, Africa Re sponsored studies on the impact of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, AFCFTA, on the insurance industry. We are optimistic that the expected boost to intra-African trade will lead to an increase in penetration of insurance on the continent. With regards to climate change and in line with the COP26 resolutions, Africa Re remains very supportive of the engagements for sustainable development goals. In Africa Re, we still learn, care, lead, and win. We are Africa Re, Africa reassured.
The Insurance Training College is the membership and training arm of the insurance industry, offering an exciting range of certified professional programs and short courses in partnership with many top organizations. We have graduated over 5,000 students and trained thousands of professionals in the region. Our courses are majorly conducted online, helping you manage your schedule better. So whether you're looking to progress in your career or looking to start a new career in insurance, we'll help you get there. Visit itc.sc ITC programs are accredited and licensed by the National Council for Higher Education.
Life insurance is not expensive. If you have an income, there's a plan for you. So that you get out of conversations of threatening people. After 2 years, it shall be over for you. Speak to Prudential so that your future is more sure.
Prudential. Let's face life together. Turinawe. Prudential is regulated by the Insurance Regulatory Authority.
When you stare into the future, what comes to your mind? Will you be happy and relaxed, or will you be working twice as hard even in your old years? The decisions you make today will shape your tomorrow. Time, as we know, is fast spent as the years go by. Will you still have the strength to work as hard as you do now? Will you still be able to afford a comfortable living? The list of what we need to take care of today is equally long and tedious. Medical bills, education, food, clothing, shelter, you name it. We are too busy taking care of today that we forget that our future needs to be catered to. Get yourself a Pru Investor Plus policy and enjoy peace tomorrow. Rest assured that should anything happen to you, your loved ones will be financially secured. With this plan, you can grow wealth for the people that depend on you with an option of getting some money every 3 years, should you need it. How it works. All you need to do is make regular contributions either monthly, quarterly, half-yearly, or yearly as you are able to. 20% of your premium goes towards your insurance benefits and 80% is allocated to your investment fund. Remember, your investment fund is accessible every 3 years. Just like that, little by little, you would have made enough to take care of yourself and your loved ones. It takes courage to make the decision to invest in your future. Make that decision today. Contact us today. Email customercare@prudential.ug or call +256 312 251 400 or WhatsApp 0707 444467. Let's face life together. Tuli nawe. Prudential is regulated by the Insurance Regulatory Authority of Uganda.
Can win free fuel. Yes, you heard me. Free fuel when you buy a Simba Motor policy. This policy covers, among other things, damage to your car, theft of your items in the car, medical bills, and provides you with 24-hour road rescue. Get the Simba Motor policy and enjoy free fuel.
Space travel is not that complicated. It's really all about the numbers. All you need is one control center, big enough to fit all the smart people. You will need 5 scientists, ground support, 1 clerk, snacks for the trip, 1 space shuttle, 1 moon, And one brave little girl who studies hard to be the first African woman on the moon.
The future is possible when you insure it. Get the ICEA Total Education Plan today. Call us toll free on 0800 100 120.
In the game of life, one important thing can increase your chance of success. Confidence. Confidence is the game changer.
Confidence! Where do I find that, Jose?
First rule, you need a goal.
I don't play soccer.
Nice color,
Right?
but not that kind of goal. What do you want from life?
Happiness. Success.
Checkmate. Less worries. Next, you need a strategy.
I gotcha. Like a game plan.
Exactly. Put in the work and stick to it. Nothing pays better. Trust me. Then you need to be patient.
How patient?
More patient, success cannot be hurried. And most important of all, you need the right team behind you. Do all these things and you will have the financial confidence to achieve anything.
Anything?
And everything, my friend.
Hospital food. It's not going to win any Michelin stars. But chances are you'll have to endure it at least once in your life. Which brings us to confidence rule 25. Hope for the best, plan for the worst. So make sure you're covered for whatever life serves you. It may not make the food taste better, but knowing you're financially protected, it's pretty sweet. It's just no flavor.
The time is now to take a step in the right direction with UAP Old Mutual. We are an integrated financial services provider with general and medical insurance, life assurance, and asset management. With over 177 years in existence, operations in 13 African countries, we have stood the test of time. We are customer-centric, innovative, and provide tailor-made solutions. We have high underwriting capacity and capabilities in special risks. The time is now to be part of the future of insurance with UAP Old Mutual. Visit our website, uapoldmutual.co.ug.
Whenever you need me, I'll be there. Whenever you call me, I'll be around.
In a world of uncertainties, where risks are inevitable How can you protect what matters most? Introducing Liberty Uganda's comprehensive insurance solutions. We are here to shield you from the unexpected, providing you with the safety net you need. From car accidents to natural disasters, from theft to medical emergencies, we've got you covered. We are in it with you. Contact us today.
In 1976, Africa Re received the mandate to serve and develop the African insurance industry. Since then, the corporation has acted diligently and committedly to fulfill this sacred mandate. As we reaffirm this commitment, we strive every day for service excellence and to remain the industry leader on the continent. Africa Re's legendary resilience manifested all through the COVID-19 pandemic, meeting all claims obligations and supporting the larger community. A $3.3 million COVID-19 relief fund was set up to assist healthcare providers and communities across the continent. Despite the difficult global economic environment marked by the post-COVID-19 slow recovery and the global impact of the war in Ukraine, Africa Re was able to grow its gross written premium by 5% in 2021 to reach $845 million. Net underwriting profit increased by 146% to reach $34.56 million, while shareholders' funds stayed above the $1 billion mark. Our business continuity plan remains robust, and we continue to serve our clients with the same speed and excellence in these unprecedented tough times. Our financial rating has been reaffirmed at A by AM Best and A- by Standard & Poor's, both with stable outlooks. As a result of our preparedness, robustness, and resilience, Africa Re maintained its position among the top 40 global reinsurers by Standard & Poor's and in the top 50 by AM Best. During this difficult time, we are exceptionally flexible in handling the exposure of our clients to the COVID-19 related risks. We never give up on our clients. As industry leader and in compliance with international best practices, the corporation will introduce IFRS 17 by 2023 in order to conform to the new standardized insurance accounting and reporting standard, improve comparability, as we strive to fulfill our mission in the various markets on the continent. We also earn the respect of regulators. Accordingly, our office in the Dubai International Financial Center, DIFC, was officially inaugurated and write both conventional and tactful business, while our South African subsidiary, Africa Re South Africa Limited, received its license to operate life business. We continue to work with regulators across the continent to develop the industry through various projects, such as the development of mortality tables in one of our member countries to improve the underwriting of life insurance policies, the development of a new regulatory IT application to improve the insurance industry statistics and transparency in another member country. At the continental level, we are promoting the introduction of blockchain technology in the African insurance and reinsurance industry. We strongly believe this initiative will help to reduce frictional inefficiency and cost. Africa Re has continued to train young insurance professionals through our Young Insurance Professionals Program, YIPP. The program has successfully resumed this year with the fourth batch of participants succeeding from 3,000 entrants across the continent. We have continued to remotely train insurance companies, brokers and risk managers on various skills and competencies necessary to build the human capacity of the insurance industry. We held the 7th edition of the African Insurance Awards in June 2022 in Nairobi to celebrate excellence, performance and innovation in the African insurance industry. Still in line with our mission, vision and values, Africa Re sponsored studies on the impact of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, AFCFTA, on the insurance industry. We are optimistic that the expected boost to intra-African trade will lead to an increase in penetration of insurance on the continent. With regards to climate change and in line with the COP26 resolutions, Africa Re remains very supportive of the engagements for Sustainable Development Goals. In Africa Re, we still learn, care, lead, and win. We are Africa Re. Africa reassured.
The Insurance Training College is the membership and training arm of the insurance industry, offering an exciting range of certified professional programs and short courses in partnership with many top organizations. We have graduated over 5,000 students and trained thousands of professionals in the region. Our courses are majorly conducted online, helping you manage your schedule better. So whether you're looking to progress in your career or looking to start a new career in insurance, we'll help you get there. Visit itc.sc ITC programs are accredited and licensed by the National Council for Higher Education.
Life insurance is not expensive. If you have an income, there's a plan for you. So that you get out of conversations of threatening people. After 2 years, it shall be over for you. Speak to Prudential so that your future is more sure.
Prudential. Let's face life together. Turinawe. Prudential is regulated by the Insurance Regulatory Authority.
When you stare into the future, what comes to your mind? Will you be happy and relaxed, or will you be working twice as hard even in your old years? The decisions you make today will shape your tomorrow. Time, as we know, is fast spent as the years go by. Will you still have the strength to work as hard as you do now? Will you still be able to afford a comfortable living? The list of what we need to take care of today is equally long and tedious. Medical bills, education, food, clothing, shelter, you name it. We are too busy taking care of today that we forget that our future needs to be catered to. Get yourself a Pru Investor Plus policy and enjoy peace tomorrow. Rest assured that should anything happen to you, your loved ones will be financially secured. With this plan, you can grow wealth for the people that depend on you with an option of getting some money every 3 years, should you need it. How it works. All you need to do is make regular contributions either monthly, quarterly, half-yearly, or yearly as you are able to. 20% of your premium goes towards your insurance benefits and 80% is allocated to your investment fund. Remember, your investment fund is accessible every 3 years. Just like that, little by little, you would have made enough to take care of yourself and your loved ones. It takes courage to make the decision to invest in your future. Make that decision today. Contact us today. Email customercare@prudential.ug or call +256 312 251 400 or WhatsApp 0707 444467. Let's face life together. Tuli nawe. Prudential is regulated by the Insurance Regulatory Authority of Uganda.
Can win free fuel. Yes, you heard me. Free fuel when you buy a Simba Motor policy. This policy covers, among other things, damage to your car, theft of your items in the car, medical bills, and provides you with 24-hour road rescue. Get the Simba Motor policy and enjoy free fuel.
Space travel is not that complicated. It's really all about the numbers. All you need is one control center, big enough to fit all the smart people. You will need 5 scientists, ground support, 1 clerk, snacks for the trip, 1 space shuttle, 1 moon, And one brave little girl who studies had to be the first African woman on the moon.
The future is possible when you insure it. Get the ICEA Total Education Plan today. Call us toll free on 0800 100 120.
In the game of life, one important thing can increase your chance of success. Confidence. Confidence is the game changer.
Confidence! Where do I find that, Joseph?
First rule, you need a goal.
I don't play soccer.
Nice caller,
Right?
but not that kind of goal. What do you want from life?
Happiness. Success.
Checkmate. Less worries. Next, you need a strategy.
I gotcha. Like a game plan.
Exactly. Put in the work and stick to it. Nothing pays better. Trust me.
No.
Then you need to be patient.
How patient?
More patient, success cannot be hurried. And most important of all, you need the right team behind you. Do all these things and you will have the financial confidence to achieve anything.
Anything?
And everything, my friend.
Hospital food. It's not going to win any Michelin stars. But chances are you'll have to endure it at least once in your life. Which brings us to Confidence Rule 25. Hope for the best, plan for the worst. So make sure you're covered for whatever life serves you. It may not make the food taste better, but knowing you're financially protected, it's pretty sweet. It's just no flavor.
The time is now to take a step in the right direction with UAP Old Mutual. We are an integrated financial services provider with general and medical insurance, life assurance, and asset management. With over 177 years in existence, operations in 13 African countries, we have stood the test of time. We are customer-centric, innovative, and provide tailor-made solutions. We have high underwriting capacity and capabilities in special risks. The time is now to be part of the future of insurance with UAP Old Mutual. Visit our website, uapoldmutual.co.ug.
Whenever you need me, I'll be there. Whenever you call me, I'll be around.
In a world of uncertainties, where risks are inevitable, how can you protect what matters most? Introducing Liberty Uganda's comprehensive insurance solutions. We are here to shield you from the unexpected, providing you with the safety net you need. From car accidents to natural disasters, from theft to medical emergencies, we've got you covered. We are in it with you. Contact us today.
In 1976, Africa Re received the mandate to serve and develop the African insurance industry. Since then, the corporation has acted diligently and committedly to fulfill this sacred mandate. As we reaffirm this commitment, we strive every day for service excellence and to remain the industry leader on the continent. Africa Re's legendary resilience manifested all through the COVID-19 pandemic, meeting all claims obligations and supporting the larger community. A $3.3 million COVID-19 relief fund was set up to assist healthcare providers and communities across the continent. Despite the difficult global economic environment marked by the post-COVID-19 slow recovery and the global impact of the war in Ukraine, Africa Re was able to grow its gross written premium by 5% in 2021 to reach $845 million. Net underwriting profit increased by 146% to reach $34.56 million, while shareholders' funds stayed above the $1 billion mark. Our business continuity plan remains robust, and we continue to serve our clients with the same speed and excellence in these unprecedented tough times. Our financial rating has been reaffirmed at A by AM Best and A- by Standard & Poor's, both with stable outlooks. As a result of our preparedness, robustness, and resilience, Africa Re maintained its position among the top 40 global reinsurers by Standard & Poor's and in the top 50 by AM Best. During this difficult time, we are exceptionally flexible in handling the exposure of our clients to the COVID-19 related risks. We never give up on our clients. As industry leader and in compliance with international best practices, the corporation will introduce IFRS 17 by 2023 in order to conform to the new standardized insurance accounting and reporting standard, improve comparability, as we strive to fulfill our mission in the various markets on the continent. We also earn the respect of regulators. Accordingly, our office in the Dubai International Financial Center, DIFC, was officially inaugurated and write both conventional and tactical business, while our South African subsidiary, Africa Re South Africa Limited, received its license to operate life business. We continue to work with regulators across the continent to develop the industry through various projects, such as the development of mortality tables in one of our member countries to improve the underwriting of life insurance policies, the development of a new regulatory IT application to improve the insurance industry statistics and transparency in another member country. At the continental level, we are promoting the introduction of blockchain technology in the African insurance and reinsurance industry. We strongly believe this initiative will help to reduce frictional inefficiency and cost. Africa Re has continued to train young insurance professionals through our Young Insurance Professionals Program, YIPP. The program has successfully resumed this year with the fourth batch of participants succeeding from 3,000 entrants across the continent. We have continued to remotely train insurance companies, brokers and risk managers on various skills and competencies necessary to build the human capacity of the insurance industry. We held the 7th edition of the African Insurance Awards in June 2022 in Nairobi to celebrate excellence, performance and innovation in the African insurance industry. Still in line with our mission, vision and values, Africa Re sponsored studies on the impact of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, AFCFTA, on the insurance industry. We are optimistic that the expected boost to intra-African trade will lead to an increase in penetration of insurance on the continent. With regards to climate change and in line with the COP26 resolutions, Africa Re remains very supportive of the engagements for sustainable development goals. In Africa Re, we still learn, care, lead, and win. We are Africa Re. Africa reassured.
The Insurance Training College is the membership and training arm of the insurance industry, offering an exciting range of certified professional programs and short courses in partnership with many top organizations. We have graduated over 5,000 students and trained thousands of professionals in the region. Our courses are majorly conducted online, helping you manage your schedule better. So whether you're looking to progress in your career or looking to start a new career in insurance, we'll help you get there. Visit itc.sc.ug. ITC programs are accredited and licensed by the National Council for Higher Education.
Life insurance is not expensive. If you have an income, there's a plan for you. So that you get out of conversations of threatening people. After 2 years, it shall be over for you. Speak to Prudential so that your future is more sure.
Prudential. Let's face life together. Turinawe. Prudential is regulated by the Insurance Regulatory Authority.
When you stare into the future, what comes to your mind? Will you be happy and relaxed, or will you be working twice as hard even in your old years? The decisions you make today will shape your tomorrow. Time, as we know, is fast spent as the years go by. Will you still have the strength to work as hard as you do now? Will you still be able to afford a comfortable living? The list of what we need to take care of today is equally long and tedious. Medical bills, education, food, clothing, shelter, you name it. We are too busy taking care of today that we forget that our future needs to be catered to. Get yourself a Pru Investor Plus policy and enjoy peace tomorrow. Rest assured that should anything happen to you, your loved ones will be financially secured. With this plan, you can grow wealth for the people that depend on you with an option of getting some money every 3 years, should you need it. How it works. All you need to do is make regular contributions either monthly, quarterly, half-yearly, or yearly as you are able to. 20% of your premium goes towards your insurance benefits and 80% is allocated to your investment fund. Remember, your investment fund is accessible every 3 years. Just like that, little by little, you would have made enough to take care of yourself and your loved ones. It takes courage to make the decision to invest in your future. Make that decision today. Contact us today. Email customercare@prudential.ug or call +256 312 251 400 or WhatsApp 0707 444467. Let's face life together. Tulinawe. Prudential is regulated by the Insurance Regulatory Authority of Uganda.
Can win free fuel. Yes, you heard me. Free fuel when you buy a Simba Motor policy. This policy covers, among other things, damage to your car, theft of your items in the car, medical bills, and provides you with 24-hour road rescue. Get the Simba Motor policy and enjoy free fuel.
Space travel is not that complicated. It's really all about the numbers. All you need is one control center, big enough to fit all the smart people. You will need 5 scientists, ground support, 1 clerk, snacks for the trip, 1 space shuttle, 1 moon, and one brave little girl who studies hard to be the first African woman on the moon.
The future is possible when you insure it. Get the ICEA Total Education Plan today. Call us toll free on 0800 100 120.
In the game of life, one important thing can increase your chance of success. Confidence. Confidence is the game changer.
Confidence! Where do I find that, Jose?
First rule, you need a goal.
I don't play soccer.
Nice color,
Right?
but not that kind of goal. What do you want from life?
Happiness.
Success.
Checkmate.
Less worries.
Next, you need a strategy.
I gotcha. Like a game plan.
Exactly. Put in the work and stick to it. Nothing pays better. Trust me.
No.
Then you need to be patient.
How patient?
More patient, success cannot be hurried. And most important of all, you need the right team behind you. Do all these things and you will have the financial confidence to achieve anything.
Anything?
And everything, my friend.
Hospital food. It's not going to win any Michelin stars. But chances are you'll have to endure it at least once in your life. Which brings us to confidence rule 25. Hope for the best, plan for the worst. So make sure you're covered for whatever life serves you. It may not make the food taste better, but knowing you're financially protected, it's pretty sweet. It's just no flavor.
The time is now to take a step in the right direction with UAP Old Mutual. We are an integrated financial services provider with general and medical insurance, life assurance, and asset management. With over 177 years in existence, operations in 13 African countries, we have stood the test of time. We are customer-centric, innovative, and provide tailor-made solutions. We have high underwriting capacity and capabilities in special risks. The time is now to be part of the future of insurance with UAP Old Mutual. Visit our website, uapoldmutual.co.ug.
Whenever you need me, I'll be there. Whenever you call me, I'll be around.
In a world of uncertainties, where risks are inevitable How can you protect what matters most? Introducing Liberty Uganda's comprehensive insurance solutions. We are here to shield you from the unexpected, providing you with the safety net you need. From car accidents to natural disasters, from theft to medical emergencies, we've got you covered. We are in it with you. Contact us today.
In 1976, Africa Re received the mandate to serve and develop the African insurance industry. Since then, the corporation has acted diligently and committedly to fulfill this sacred mandate. As we reaffirm this commitment, we strive every day for service excellence and to remain the industry leader on the continent. Africa Re's legendary resilience manifested all through the COVID-19 pandemic, meeting all claims obligations and supporting the larger community. A $3.3 million COVID-19 relief fund was set up to assist healthcare providers and communities across the continent. Despite the difficult global economic environment marked by the post-COVID-19 slow recovery, and the global impact of the war in Ukraine, Africa Re was able to grow its gross written premium by 5% in 2021 to reach $845 million. Net underwriting profit increased by 146% to reach $34.56 million, while shareholders' funds stayed above the $1 billion mark. Our business continuity plan remains robust, and we continue to serve our clients with the same speed and excellence in these unprecedented tough times. Our financial rating has been reaffirmed at A by AM Best and A- by Standard & Poor's, both with stable outlooks. As a result of our preparedness, robustness, and resilience, Africa Re maintained its position among the top 40 global reinsurers by Standard & Poor's and in the top 50 by AM Best. During this difficult time, we are exceptionally flexible in handling the exposure of our clients to the COVID-19 related risks. We never give up on our clients. As industry leader and in compliance with international best practices, the corporation will introduce IFRS 17 by 2023 in order to conform to the new standardized insurance accounting and reporting standard, improve comparability, as we strive to fulfill our mission in the various markets on the continent. We also earn the respect of regulators. Accordingly, our office in the Dubai International Financial Center, DIFC, was officially inaugurated and write both conventional and tactical business, while our South African subsidiary, Africa Re South Africa Limited, received its license to operate life business. We continue to work with regulators across the continent to develop the industry through various projects, such as the development of mortality tables in one of our member countries to improve the underwriting of life insurance policies, the development of a new regulatory IT application to improve the insurance industry statistics and transparency in another member country. At the continental level, we are promoting the introduction of blockchain technology in the African insurance and reinsurance industry. We strongly believe this initiative will help to reduce frictional inefficiency and cost. Africa Re has continued to train young insurance professionals through our Young Insurance Professionals program, YIPP. The program has successfully resumed this year with the fourth batch of participants succeeding from 3,000 entrants across the continent. We have continued to remotely train insurance companies, brokers and risk managers on various skills and competencies necessary to build the human capacity of the insurance industry. We held the 7th edition of the African Insurance Awards in June 2022 in Nairobi to celebrate excellence, performance and innovation in the African insurance industry. Still in line with our mission, vision and values, Africa Re sponsored studies on the impact of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, AFCFTA, on the insurance industry. We are optimistic that the expected boost to intra-African trade will lead to an increase in penetration of insurance on the continent. With regards to climate change and in line with the COP26 resolutions, Africa Re remains very supportive of the engagements for Sustainable Development Goals. In Africa Re, we still learn, care, lead, and win. We are Africa Re. Africa reassured.
The Insurance Training College is the membership and training arm of the insurance industry, offering an exciting range of certified professional programs and short courses in partnership with many top organizations. We have graduated over 5,000 students and trained thousands of professionals in the region. Our courses are majorly conducted online, helping you manage your schedule better. So whether you're looking to progress in your career or looking to start a new career in insurance, we'll help you get there. Visit itc.sc.ug. ITC programs are accredited and licensed by the National Council for Higher Education.
Life insurance is not expensive. If you have an income, there's a plan for you. So that you get out of conversations of threatening people. After 2 years, it shall be over for you. Speak to Prudential so that your future is more sure.
Prudential. Let's face life together. Turinawe. Prudential is regulated by the Insurance Regulatory Authority.
When you stare into the future, what comes to your mind? Will you be happy and relaxed, or will you be working twice as hard even in your old years? The decisions you make today will shape your tomorrow. Time, as we know, is fast spent as the years go by. Will you still have the strength to work as hard as you do now? Will you still be able to afford a comfortable living? The list of what we need to take care of today is equally long and tedious. Medical bills, education, food, clothing, shelter, you name it. We are too busy taking care of today that we forget that our future needs to be catered to. Get yourself a Pru Investor Plus policy and enjoy peace tomorrow. Rest assured that should anything happen to you, your loved ones will be financially secured. With this plan, you can grow wealth for the people that depend on you with an option of getting some money every 3 years, should you need it. How it works. All you need to do is make regular contributions either monthly, quarterly, half-yearly or yearly as you are able to. 20% of your premium goes towards your insurance benefits and 80% is allocated to your investment fund. Remember, your investment fund is accessible every 3 years. Just like that, little by little, you would have made enough to take care of yourself and your loved ones. It takes courage to make the decision to invest in your future. Make that decision today. Contact us today. Email customercare@prudential.ug or call +256 312 251 400 or WhatsApp 0707 444467. Let's face life together. Tulinawe. Prudential is regulated by the Insurance Regulatory Authority of Uganda.
Can win free fuel. Yes, you heard me. Free fuel when you buy a Simba Motor policy. This policy covers, among other things, damage to your car, theft of your items in the car, medical bills, and provides you with 24-hour road rescue. Get the Simba Motor policy and enjoy free fuel.
Space travel is not that complicated. It's really all about the numbers. All you need is one control center, big enough to fit all the smart
Ladies
people.
and gentlemen, welcome back.
You need 5 cents.
You know, today I thought would be the day. I thought today would be the day when I don't have to make an apology. Because I apologized yesterday, so today I prepared so well And I made sure that everything will be on time so that I don't have to deliver an apology. But like they said in the Bible, I don't want you to tire with forgiving. Please don't tire with forgiving. Forgive and forgive and forgive. I am really sorry that lunch was served late. I invited you for lunch, and I don't know if they were worried because I was the one paying, but I hope each of you has had a good meal. My sincere apologies that we delayed with the lunch. We've learnt a lesson. Next time we'll just buy the hotel. The Brokers Association will buy the hotel so that we are in control of everything. Thank you. So, yesterday, and I don't want you to laugh because I've practiced. Yesterday we rethought. That's a past tense of rethink, isn't it? Yesterday we rethought. This morning we reshaped. Now we are going to re-energize. Especially so because digestion tends to take a lot of energy. Passive energy, because it happens in the stomach, but most of the blood and oxygen goes down to the stomach and the head is left struggling with staying awake. So I'm going to make sure that this runs for just 1 hour. We are going to run Re-Energize. We are going to re-energize ourselves for 1 hour. And to take us through the afternoon session, I'm inviting the General Manager for C-Care, IHK, Dr. Miriam Mutero, who everyone knows is what I call an insurance industry veteran. Dr. Miriam, you're welcome.
Good afternoon. It's always a trick to speak after lunch, after a sumptuous lunch. So if you start to doze, please stand, walk a bit, then come back. I know most of your names, so I'll call you out if I see you dozing. Yeah, so we are truly excited to be here this afternoon as we go through the theme of Rethink, Re-Energize, and Reshape. We're going to be talking about health and wellness. What is health? Health is a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not merely the absence of disease or infirmity. What is wellness? Wellness is an active process through which people become aware of and make choices toward a more successful existence. There are 5 main aspects to personal health, and these are your physical wellness, your emotional wellness, your social wellness, spiritual wellness, and intellectual wellness. This afternoon, we'll quickly be talking about health and wellness, and it's a sustainable development goal number 3, which aims to prevent needless suffering from preventable diseases and premature death by focusing on key targets that boost health of a country's overall population. So we are going to be diving into a very important topic. I have a group of 3 very able panelists who I am going to introduce. And when I introduce you, please walk over to the front so that we can start our panel discussion. The first one that I'm going to present is Gloria Naluboa, who is the head of HR at EcoBank Uganda. She's an experienced HR business partner with a demonstrated history of working in the banking industry. She has great skills in negotiation, budgeting, banking, HR policies, and management. She's a strong human resources professional and currently works as the head of HR at EcoBank. Previously, she's worked with Stanbic Bank, Equity Bank, and the Mara Group. So kindly give a round of applause to Gloria Nalubor. Next is Dr. Precious Mlingo, who is the CEO of Utano Health Solutions and Quick Care Wellness Center. Dr. Precious is a seasoned wellness consultant. She's a keynote speaker and a lifestyle coach with a passion for changing lives through a holistic approach. Her international training, background in medicine, public health and wellness gives her an edge in combining her knowledge to give her clients a holistic experience. She has over 15 years of combined experience working in health facilities in East and Southern Africa, and as an international consultant in making our lives each day and helping us to make the simple choices that will make our lives change and that can make a profound difference in our health. Join me in welcoming Dr. Precious Mlingo. Guys, you're not clapping. I thought you're energized. Eh? Our final panelist is Dr. Dennis Agaba, who is a final year resident at the Department of Psychiatry in the School of Medicine at the College of Health Sciences of Makerere University. Dennis is passionate about mental health and mental wellness. He is keen on working to increase mental health literacy in the country by conducting impact-driven research and raising awareness about the common mental health disorders, their prevention, early detection, and appropriate efficacious treatment. Dr. Dennis believes that increased mental health literacy is the first step towards the journey of improving the mental health sector in the country. Join me in welcoming Dr. Dennis Agaba. So, Dr. Precious, tell us more about what your organization does.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So Utano Health Solutions is a wellness services organization. So we offer wellness solutions to not only individuals, but also organizations. So on the individual front, we work with individuals who struggle with their health, especially on a chronic basis. So it could be high blood pressure, it could be diabetes, it could be high cholesterol, it could be trying to lose weight, for example. So you'll say to me, there are many hospitals in Uganda that work with high blood pressure, diabetes. How are we different? So we are different because we focus on the lifestyle element, right? A lot of these conditions are lifestyle in nature, so we take a deep dive into one's lifestyle. So we look at areas of diet. For example, diet is the #1 contributor to lifestyle illness. And next time, I'll ask the organizers that we have this session right at the beginning so we can police what goes in our plates, right? So what we eat is #1 as far as our wellness goes. #2, we look at your level of activity, fitness, right? So we come up with personalized plans to help support your health outcomes through physical fitness. So we work with your personal trainer, we support you in finding a personal trainer, and we try and address all elements of personal wellness. From a fitness perspective, we look at cardio, we look at flexibility, we look at strength training, and then we look at stress, right? I've had people who do everything right, but the one big issue in their life is stress. Right, so stress is also a major contributor to a lot of the health challenges that we face. And then finally, sleep, right? I've noticed that I will put someone on a plan, the best diet plan, they'll stick to it, the best workout plan, they will stick to it, but as long as you're not getting enough sleep, for example, that can derail everything. So this is what we do for individuals. For organizations, we offer wellness webinars, we offer health talks on a number of different topics. We offer health risk assessments, right? I'll talk about those more a bit later on. We offer biometric wellness assessments, mental health assessments, and we also run comprehensive employee wellness programs. So in a nutshell, that's Utano Health Solutions.
Gloria, tell us, as an HR practitioner, what's the role of HR in promoting employee wellness? And what does EcoBank do to their staff around health and wellness?
Thank you so much, Doctor. So traditionally, the role of an HR function has been to be the bridge between management, the people we don't like here, and then us who do the work. Yeah, you know, before we all became C-suite, we did the work, the other people met in the boardroom. So the role of HR really today is to create a safe environment where everyone can bring the best version of themselves to the workplace. Think about it. How many hours a day do you spend working? Some of us, from the time you wake up, you actually start working. You're thinking about your route to work, the project you need to hand in, the presentation you need. You're mentally working, though you're not physically in the workplace. So you spend more than 10 hours at the workplace. 2 of these might be, I'm not counting overtime. Just don't do overtime. So 2 of these might not be physically in the workplace, but you're still at work. So if you are spending 10 hours in a place you're not feeling safe in, then that's going to lead you to all manner of lifestyle issues. And that will impact your output in the workplace and definitely your life as an individual. So the role of HR, the key role is to create a sense of safety, a sense of purpose, where everybody can bring their best version of self to work. So some of the things that we are doing in EcoBank to bring that vision to life within EcoBank. I know we've partnered with some of us here, so we have the mandatory, I'm going to call them the mandatory things. So we'll give you medical insurance, we'll give you life insurance cover, different things. But on a day-to-day basis, we've decided to extend that into our employee program, wellness program, where we have created different programs, different clinics, invite different subject matter experts on different life conversations or topics, right from how do I get better at the job I'm doing? How do I become a better leader in the place that I'm in? One of the things I realized, half the time we give people jobs because they passed an interview, but never took the step further to enable them do that job. So part of the enabling is we've created a coaching framework where the coach can be a life coach or a career coach, you know, telling you about your job or to live a certain lifestyle as a banker. Also coaches around financial wellness. It's interesting that us bankers, we are the worst when it comes to managing our own finances, even if giving financial advice is the job that we do. We've also created spaces where we work to exercise together as a bank for those who can make it. We've also partnered with different people in terms of giving us conversations around nutritional wellness. We've started challenges in the workplace who can, like your Fitbit, who's walked the most steps today, who's lost the most weight this month. So which are kind of like fun things that we are doing to just get people to talk more to each other and create that kind of camaraderie or wellness in the workplace.
Thank you. Dr. Gaba, the news have been filled with stories about mental health in Uganda, and I'm told that about 14 million Ugandans are struggling with mental health issues. And I was just doing some calculations, that's about 30% of the population. So for every 10 people you see, 3 people are struggling. So neuro guys, if you're 10, just look at the 3 people who might be struggling. So Dr. Gaba, tell us about the mental health situation in Uganda and its impacts on employee wellness and on health and wellness.
Thank you very much, Doc. I'll start by saying that for the longest time, mental health is that thing that we don't talk about much in our setting. You know, it's easy to talk about malaria, about HIV. HIV is now something we talk about all the time. But mental wellness, mental health, that's butabika, So it's been that thing that we don't quite talk much about, and people tend to have a lot of stigma when it comes to mental health, And that's been driven a lot by our cultural and our religious beliefs here in Uganda. So many people think about, all other possible explanations before coming to agree that this could be an illness that needs to be treated. But that said, mental illness is real. Many people are struggling. The statistics do point to about 36% of people in Uganda dealing with one form of mental illness or another. So it's something that's really with us and something that we need to start to talk about and start to deal with. One of the great blessings of the COVID pandemic was that people began to actually have conversations about their mental well-being and their mental wellness. And so the conversation is now beginning to get louder. More people are coming out to share their personal stories dealing with mental illness and their mental health. And so we're gradually seeing it change. For the longest time, even in terms of the healthcare personnel who have specialized in psychiatry or in mental health, the numbers have been, very much on the low end, but we're seeing more and more people taking interest in mental health. So I could say that we are very much on the climb when it comes to mental health in Uganda, and things are gradually looking much better. How does it affect the workplace? One thing for sure is that a lot of productivity is lost when it comes to the mental health and the mental well-being of employees. Yeah? I know this is something I'm going to discuss more as we go ahead, but lots and lots of employees are not able to deliver, and one of the core reasons of that is their mental well-being and their mental health. And so it's something that we've not been doing a lot of research about, but now we are beginning to actually come up with some numbers to back up and give us evidence to point to the mental well-being actually correlating to poor performance at the workplace.
Thank you. So Dr. Precious, what's your take on employee wellness? And what do you think are the components of a good employee wellness program?
So Dr. Miriam, employee wellness is not optional, right? It's something that we should definitely prioritize. Like Gloria said, your average adult is spending more than half their time awake at work or related in work activities or on their way to work or on their way back from work, right? So that uniquely places the workplace as the one place where we can promote healthy behaviors, healthy habits, and sustain them. Now, when we look at the components of a good wellness program, the first thing I've realized, number one, is a desire, right? Many of us do employee wellness as, by the way, right? So the first thing is we need to prioritize it. We have to have a genuine desire, to do it the proper way, in a way that can be evaluated, can be measured, and can have impact, right? So one of the things we advocate for is the policy framework is the first thing, right? Do you have an employee wellness policy, for example? Right? Has it been updated? Does it take into account the context in the workplace, the kind of industry you're in, the line of business, the level of activity? Are you in the kind of environment where people are sitting all the time, right? So your employee wellness policy needs to reflect some of the unique elements that exist in your organization, right? So with the right policy framework, the next thing is, we need to do things that we can measure, right? So the first thing is, do a health risk assessment, right? Find out where your people are. basic, simple questionnaires can do this, right? So a health risk assessment is a tool that we use to find out the health risks, the health habits, right, of employees in an organization. So simple things like how many people are exercising, right? How many hours are people sleeping on average? What are people eating in the organization? When we have this baseline information, it helps us to come up with initiatives to address the challenges, right? Then secondly, biometric wellness measurements are important. I think CKIHK has been doing measurements of blood pressure and blood sugar, right? But we also advocate for weight, BMI measurements. What do these tell us? These give us a snapshot of an individual's health at that particular point in time, right? So we've done this assessment in organizations. We found that 50% of the staff were hypertensive or pre-hypertensive and had no idea, right? Their blood pressure was above 140/90. So whereas people have that benefit of having that annual checkup, how many actually go? When we get into the organizations, we find that less than 30% of people are actually going to get their annual checkup done despite having that benefit, right? So it's important to take these measurements to where the employees are. So after we have this baseline, we've discovered, okay, maybe 60% are overweight or obese, another 30% are diabetic or pre-diabetic. We then design interventions to address those particular areas, right? So the interventions we address or we come up with have to be holistic in nature. So we're not only looking at the physical health of the employees, we are looking at the mental health, right? Because we are, as human beings, we are multifaceted. We have many different dimensions, and one feeds into the next, right? There's no way that you can be mentally unwell and physically or spiritually well, right? So everything feeds into the other. So when we come up with our interventions, we look at physical wellness, we look at mental wellness, which encompasses emotional wellness, social wellness, cognitive wellness, and psychological wellness. We also look at financial wellness, right? As many of us know that financial wellness will feed into your mental wellness. And then finally, we need to be able to evaluate, right? The different interventions and the initiatives that we've brought into the workplace. So in a nutshell, Dr. Miriam, that is how I would describe a good and well-planned wellness program.
Thank you. Gloria, please tell us what the impact of workplace wellness program is on employee productivity and engagement. We have a number of CEOs in here, business leaders. We'd like to just find out whether investing in the employee health and wellness pays off eventually.
Thank you so much. And I'll just talk about, before I get to that question, a little bit about my experience as an HR practitioner. When we're in the boardroom and we're talking about balance sheet, assets and liabilities, everybody is awake. When it comes to what we call the soft issues, it's send an email. Send an email, or the HR things come number 5 on the agenda when it's almost, amen? Amen? Yeah. But look here. As we run after the balance sheet, it's delivered by human beings. Not statistics, but human beings. And like my colleague said, who have different facets to their wellness. So the ability to enable employees bring their best versions to work. And the best version is, for me, and when I say psychological safety or mental safety, it's when I come to work, first of all, I have meaningful work. I've been an intern before where I only came to work to deliver tea around the office. With my entire degree, all I had to do is make coffee and tea for other people, and I hated it. But that wasn't the best version of me in that environment. So again, for everybody on your payroll, they should have meaningful work. They should have a defined job to do and a job that can be measured. So that starts working on the psychological safety. And it should have the tools of trade. If you're not checking in to see that, do my employees, for instance, if we send my relationship managers to the field, that they actually have been facilitated to go and carry out this work. It creates a certain level of stress and frustration in the system. And the outcome of that is actually impacting that balance sheet assets and liabilities hardest. Again, when there isn't that wellness or you've not focused on employee wellness, there is a thing we call presentism. You'll have half of your organization present and absent at the same time. Yeah? And this begins to show in terms of productivity, in terms of performance, in terms of attrition as well. Because you can only do this for a while. If you're coming every day to work and you're not finding a purpose, the job doesn't mean anything, it is just stress, you move out and look for another thing. And the impact of attrition to your business is real. So sometimes you just look at non-performer, go. But I've been in instances when you address the root cause of what's causing that department to deteriorate. It zeroes down to simple things like, have you holistically looked at the wellness of the individuals in that department? From a mental perspective, from a financial perspective. In Uganda, we all know, yeah? I know I had one time a manager who every end of month, for some reason, they were sick. But because there were debt collectors coming to pick money, yeah? But you see, and when we went into that whole financial coaching, fully present, and he's back to performing. Not now, please don't look at anyone in EcoBank. Before. Before I joined EcoBank. And they were back to performing and delivering their best version in the workplace. So wellness, for me, is a very underrated, if you ask me, skill in the workplace. So we take it as one of the soft issues, but it's one of the things that has the ability of making your organization an A-class organization or a lukewarm organization. The kind of organization where everybody wants to come and work. Yeah? We all, when we were younger, had those organizations in our heads. If I worked for Google, I would have arrived. But again, employee wellness plays a very strong role in your brand awareness because your employees then begin to become your first brand ambassadors because they're saying, we love this place we work in. Even if they didn't give me money, even if you gave me more money, this is the place I want to work in because it feels like home. And indeed it's home, think about it. 12 to in excess of 10 hours a day, you are in that environment. So I might ask to the leaders in the room, please get employee wellness out of the last agenda item before AOB, or sometimes it's even in AOB, and let's give it priority because the balance sheet, the assets and liabilities are not delivered by computers, but human beings. Employee wellness has also the ability as a leader to actually begin putting the thumbprint of your legacy in that organization. Because we all always remember that leader that enabled us be productive and bring our best version to work. The impact of absenteeism, I cannot underrate it. All of us have been through a project or a campaign where you threw everything at it, but it just didn't go anywhere. Again, it was the human beings. And you've had instances where you barely put any money behind a project or a campaign, but the team that worked behind it delivered exceptionally. So that's the impact. That's the little litmus I can give you in terms of the impact of employee wellness on your bottom line and your sustainability as a business.
Thank you, Gloria. So Dr. Gaba, they say that there's no health without mental health. How can we in this room identify mental illness, and what steps would you advise us to take if we realize that our friends, our colleagues are struggling with mental health challenges?
Thank you very much. Usually when I interact with people and I tell them that I am into psychiatry or mental health, the first thing that comes to their minds is, someone running around naked, throwing stones, he's hearing voices, seeing things others cannot see. And that's the understanding of mental unwellness. But just to break that here for you so that we can begin to understand and appreciate what it is, because again, we cannot identify that which we do not know. I want to just show you, just to read out how the World Health Organization defines mental wellness or mental well-being. And it's defined as a state of well-being in which an individual realizes his or her own abilities, can cope with the normal stresses of life, can work productively and fruitfully, and is able to make a contribution to his or her community. There's nothing like throwing stones here, right? But all of us can look back to a point when, for one reason or the other, I was not productive, or I just was not able to cope with that money lender who's coming to fetch or school fees for the kids, or a mother who is unwell. All those things are affecting our mental health. Okay? For as long as any of these things is missing, then you are not mentally well. If we look at it from that perspective, then it becomes a lot easier for us to identify mental unwellness in ourselves and in our colleagues. Yeah? So in the workplace, for example, when you begin to notice that this particular colleague is not as productive as they have been, it could be as simple as someone who already submitted his reports on the 3rd of the month now submits on the 10th. Okay, that's something's going on. Okay, and that's about the time for us to begin to ask questions. Someone who's been we know is very good at a particular task, and for some reason they are just not delivering, or they're not coming through. Before we are quick to send them warning letters and to summon them to the disciplinary committee, we need to ask ourselves, how is that person doing and how is their mental health? Someone who is prompt in office at 8 now shows up at 10:30 and leaves at 2. Something is going on. They are not mentally well. And that's where it begins, for us to realize that once someone is not behaving in a way they have been behaving, and it's affecting their social and occupational functioning. Because, again, sometimes we only look at the work that they do, but even the way they relate with people can point us to common signs of mental illness. The most common mental illnesses that we have, and again, I just want to make it known here that just because I don't have a mental illness does not mean I am healthy. In the definition of health that you gave, Doctor, at the beginning, we know that health is not merely the absence of disease. So I may not have a disorder, but that does not mean that I'm actually mentally well. So some of the common things we can pick up now on the social element: someone who is suddenly irritable. This person is always the life of the office, cracking jokes, and for some reason today or for the last 2-3 days they're very irritable. Most likely that person is dealing with something. It could be, as what commonly happens, people tend to cave into themselves. Someone who's been very social, greets everyone on everyone's desk, now just comes and goes straight to his desk and and is buried in there. Sometimes, actually, if you notice someone becoming overly productive, it could also be a sign that something is going on. Because we do have, and I've seen this in my practice, where people use work as a coping mechanism, and then they begin to bury themselves into work. Someone who used to leave at 5 p.m. sharp is still in office at 10, 2-3 days in a row. Something is probably is going on. So it's important for us to pay attention to those subtle changes, because that could be the beginning of mental unwellness. And that, the earlier we intervene, the better. So, it's important for us to really, and this is what I encourage, is look at the person before you look at the work that they do. Going back to what my colleague just said is, there are people doing this work. So you need to be able to see the person behind the role that they do. And this goes back to even those in senior management and at the top, because many times, we're just about the work, but there is the person who is doing that work, and it's important for us to pay attention to them. If you notice that this friend has been sad for the last 2 or 3 days, he didn't show up for the work party, or, that's something that should raise our insights that something may be going on. There's this song that's going around, yeah? I've been drinking alcohol for the last 5 days. Did you check on me? I mean, yes. If this is someone you've noticed, he came in, smelling alcohol 3-4 days in a row. Let's not just rush, to report them to the disciplinary committee. Spend time to find out, what's going on. How are they doing? Are they okay? Are they happy? And that could be where we begin to identify and be able to intervene with mental illness in the workplace.
Thank you, Doc. I've seen a few of you trying to make a diagnosis on your colleagues. Guys, let's start with ourselves. We could be the ones that are leading in this space. Dr. Precious, you speak about measurable and evaluation of wellness interventions. How can we evaluate that these programs work, and how can we make sure that they are having impact?
Okay, so before we get to that, I want to ask insurers in the room, employers in the room, what is employee wellness to you? And many times I have worked with a number of, some of you in the room, wellness is, number one, the wellness checkup that is offered annually, right? Number two, wellness is a health talk. And number three, wellness is a health camp where some provider comes and measures people's, weight, height, BMI, and they go away, right? So we need to rethink what wellness truly is, right? In order for us to be able to measure and evaluate, we need to rethink how we are doing wellness. So coming to your question, Dr. Miriam, and I had mentioned the key elements of a good employee wellness program. So the first thing we look at when we are running a good wellness program is attendance, right? People will attend when they feel that what involves them is being addressed. So we measure attendance as the first thing. Secondly, we get feedback from employees, right? We've been running this for 6 months, we've been running this for a year. What are your thoughts? What do you think we should be doing better? Right? Do you feel like your issues are being addressed? So that's feedback. Number three, I talked about the health risk assessment. We do this at the beginning, but we can also do it at the end. So when we started, we had 70% of people not sleeping. How are they doing a year along the line, right? Is there any change? Has there been any impact? Number four, a more objective measure. We've come in, we've done all the physical assessments, the weight, the BMI, the blood pressure, the blood sugar, and we generate our statistics. How are we doing a year down the line, right? This gives us an objective measurement. We want to see those figures getting better, right, at the end of the, implementation period. And then finally, most of us here are in insurance, and we worry about our utilization reports, right? We have seen in countries where they study these things that when you run a comprehensive employee wellness program, you should see an impact on utilization, right? It may not happen in a year, maybe 2 or 3 years, but we need to consistently run it in a comprehensive manner. We look at the utilization. When we started, we look at the utilization 2 years down the line, we should be able to see a difference, right? So a wellness program, if we are doing real, proper, comprehensive, sustainable wellness, we should be able to measure. We should be able to see a difference. And this should tell us whether, what we are doing, whether we're going in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you. So Gloria, what partnerships do you think would help HR practitioners and organizations to improve employee health and wellness?
Thank you so much. I'm also taking notes. Yes. So when you speak about partnerships and stakeholders, there are two fronts. There is that which is internal to the organization, because then this is not a function that is squarely run in the HR office or department somewhere. This has got to be leader-led. employee wellness has to be embedded in our culture programs in the organizations. Institutionalize it. Otherwise, when it's just some policy somewhere, it's exactly that we only pull out when we are going for disciplinary so that we catch you. Yeah? So institutionalize some of these initiatives. Differentiate between event and program. And I think that's what we do so frequently. Do a health camp, we have a wellness program. That's an event. You understand? Because if you don't follow up, if you don't measure where you've started from, if you don't evaluate impact so that you put initiatives to address your gaps from that wellness check. I mean, you do the wellness program, health check camp, they tell you 30% of your staff have high blood pressure. And then you wait for the next quarter so that you report at board. We had 3 health camps this quarter. It's an event, it's not a program. Programs means that you're going to put in place frameworks, you're going to put in place policies, and you're going to measure out your intended outcome. Again, my ask is this has got to be leader-led, not HR-led. Externally, obviously, this is where our insurance service providers come in, and also the brokers, the people who help us with insurance. But there's now new frontiers that haven't been regulated yet or insured as yet. My ask is, again, is to tap into some of those frontiers where we've had incidences, they said this is lifestyle and can't be insured. I don't know if this is a safe environment where we've had incidences, and for the longest time, for instance, young mothers who are struggling to conceive, and we are saying this is something insurance can't cover. But because you're struggling with the society pressure that comes with that, the person can't work, is almost non-functioning in the workplace. So I guess let's extend the frontiers of insurance to cover some of these new and emerging incidences. I don't know whether they're incidences or new and emerging risks. Thank you. HR, we don't know these things. Yeah, new and emerging risks. I know we've partnered with medical service providers, but they're also subject matter experts in different professionals. In my previous experience, we've also partnered with, say, the legal fraternity to just help people go through, get an understanding of what's due for them, not just in the workplace, but generally in life. You'll be amazed at how much legal nuances we don't know that continuously impact us every day. And so that's the other thing as an employer we are going into. We are partnering with some financial service providers to do financial wellness clinics or wealth management clinics, I'm going to say that. And this might not necessarily fall within the insurance spectrum, but I think let's broaden our horizon, just looking at our employee life cycle and partner with the different service providers or partners that can enable us again build a holistic wellness program in the workplace.
Thank you. Dr. Gaba, what interventions can we put in place to support people with mental health illnesses? At the workplace, in our homes, in church, everywhere around us, how can we support people with mental health issues?
Thank you very much for that. First, I think it's important for us to realize just how much of a burden mental illnesses or mental unwellness actually is. I think the Global Burden of Disease Report 2016 listed neuropsychiatric disorders as the highest cause of the DALYs, days of life lost, due to illness. It's the neuropsychiatric conditions that cause the most of those. May not cause death, but will definitely cause years of productivity to be lost. On the financial aspect, the Lancet, I think 2022, released a study where they estimated that the global economy loses $1 trillion every year as a direct result of depression and anxiety alone. Yeah, so these issues are actually affecting us, and therefore we need to be able to do something about it. To begin with, on the individual basis, so I'll speak from the individual and then, the community and then the workplace. From the individual standpoint, we like to talk about 5 things. We call them the big 5 for mental health. For you to be able to protect your mental health or to improve your mental well-being, there are 5 core things. And again, they've been mentioned here. I'll just go over them. One of them is sleep, rightfully mentioned. Your body needs 6 to 8 hours of sleep every day. And if you don't have that, you're going to be mentally unwell, without a doubt. Yeah? Exercise. You need 30 to 40 minutes of exercise 4 to 5 times a week at the least. The diet, we can't emphasize that enough. We need to eat well, going back to the basic balanced diet, right? The right amounts of foods at the right time, in the right quantities. Interestingly, I think in Africa here, or in Uganda, we have more of too much, than too little. People actually eat much more than they need, and if you looked at the plates that we had at lunch, it could attest to that. But yes, so diet is very important. So having a diet plan and having a diet coach will go a long way in actually impacting your mental health. 2 things also very important. The last 2, one of them is meaningful relationships. It's important to relate with people. Man is a social being. We are being caved into living independently. I have to, I'm my own self, but that is going to break your mental health. So you need to have people that you relate with, people you share your life with, but you can speak with, you can, reach out and ask for help and advice. That will go a long way in improving your mental well-being. A case in point, during COVID, when we were all forced, to social distance. I mean, the cases of mental illness went through the roof during that time all over the world because we were not able to interact, and that's very core to our well-being. And the last one is finding meaning in work. So when people don't find meaning in work, that's definitely going to also affect their mental well-being. So as an individual, think about those 5 things. Who do I relate with? Who am I comfortable with? Who do I share my life with? I've had clients come in to the psychiatric clinic, and they're battling with depression, and you ask them, who knows what you're going through? And they'll say, no one. I'm suffering with this thing alone. They have no one, not a friend, not a colleague I sit next to at work who knows what's going on in this person's life. Just one story I want to share of a certain gentleman. I think he was about 29 years old. He had been awarded best employee at his workplace for about 4 months straight. And this one fateful day, he attempts to commit suicide. And everyone was like, but wait, this guy is the best guy in the office. This guy, he's very happy. He's always here. But, his mom was battling with cancer. All the money he was making was going to, pay for her treatment. He had nothing. He was due in rent. But no one knew what he was going through. He was going through all this alone. And eventually, he went down with depression and attempted to take his life. Fortunately for him, he was not successful. And now he's gotten treatment and is back to performing very well. Yeah, but there are many people, suicide is on the rise. 80,000 people die every year because of suicide. That's about 1 person every 40 seconds. And a lot of the time, these people are alone. They're going through life alone, okay? So you need to reach out to people. That I will say for the individual, for something I can do for myself. As a community, we go back to the basics. You need to be your brother's keeper, yeah, or your sister's keeper. If I sit next to you at the office, I need to, check on you. It's, we are very used to this, how are you? I'm fine, or hi nowadays, right? Take time to find out, who is this person that I work with? How are they doing? How is their family? It doesn't cost much, but it goes a long way in making them seen as as a person, not just another, paper pusher that there is. So it's important for you to take note, because a lot of the time when someone is going through mental health issues, they will not realize it themselves. 80% of the time, it's the people around them that will be the first to notice that, wait, something is off, he's not doing his work very well, he's not happy, he seems to be irritable. So take time to pay attention. I like to say pay attention to, slight changes in behavior and try to reach out. So that will help. And once you notice someone is struggling, then it's important to, link them to care, encourage them to seek help because, again, mental illness is treatable. Yeah, there's always this notion that, if someone has been mentally ill, then that's it, yatabuka, and that's it. You sort of write them off. But no, mental illness is very treatable. We have good medication, and people actually are able to continue with their work and be productive even when they have mental illnesses. So again, it's important that you, identify if they have an issue, if you notice, speak to someone, help them to get help. We really need to be each other's keeper if we're going to be able to move on along that line. As an organization, it's important that we break the silence around mental illness on an organizational level. People should be free to speak openly. We need to have these safe spaces where people can talk about what's going on with them. Yeah, it's not that the only time, the only conversations you have is, where is that report and, how are we doing on this particular project or that other deliverable. Can we have spaces where we can speak about ourselves and who we are? That's very important as a workplace. And if someone is struggling, they should be able to speak to someone about it. And so we need to break the stigma around mental illnesses. People who have diagnosable disease should not be stigmatized. If someone has, bipolar affective disorder or even schizophrenia, many of them can still work, but the tendency has been that, if you've been admitted in Butavika, that's it. HR will soon contact you to tell you that I'm afraid we can't have you there. And that's a big challenge. It happens a lot because many, again, of the clients that I see, someone is depressed, is burnt out, and they won't even tell HR that they need 2 weeks off. They can't ask for sick leave because how can I tell them that I have a mental illness? People think that means I can't work. But no, people with mental illness can actually work and can deliver. Yes, and a mental illness is less like any other illness. The same way you have malaria, the same way you have, HIV, you get your treatment and you can go back and work and be productive. So it's important for us to break the stigma around mental illness and be able to allow people to talk about their issues, and we should be able to support them through it. And finally, just this one point for those of us who are in leadership, take time to appreciate the work that your people do. It's not enough to pay them a salary. Just a simple, well done, or, thank you for your input goes a long way in making someone seen, not just as someone who works, but as a person. Do you know your employees' names to start with? That goes a long way for them to feel at home in the workplace, to feel like they belong, like they are seen much more than just the title or the office that they hold, but the person that they are. And that will go a long way for improving the mental health of your people in the workplace.
Thank you, Doc. So we're just wrapping up, and in a minute, I'd want the panelists to just tell us what Rethink, Re-Energize, Reshape means to health and wellness.
So rethink, let's look at how we've been doing things. How will we do things going forward, right? Re-energize, I think there's a question that was posed to Gloria. We need to invest. We cannot reap where we have not sown. So to re-energize, we need to invest. Reshape, we need to do what's measurable, right? Do what we can assess, do what has impact. 1 minute.
Thank you. Doc?
I'm not the last this time. So, re-energize, I'll start with that. The human body is almost like a machine, right? It's like your phone. It will run out of battery at some point. You need to stop and recharge, okay? So, sleep, it means exercise, it means good nutrition, spending time with friends and family, So re-energize yourself. Spend time with yourself to charge yourself up. Because you do so much at work, you burn so much, you give so much of yourself, stop and re-energize yourself. Spend some time with you. Rethink. Let's change our mindset around mental illness. Let's stop and actually think about it some more. It's not a life sentence for someone to have a mental illness. So we need to think about it differently. These are people, our brothers, our friends. Let's rethink how we perceive mental illness and how we actually deal with it. And I think reshape our communities to be more inclusive and more aware of our mental well-being.
Thank you. I'll start with rethink. I have this little nephew. Each time you say, go to sleep, he says, but why? It's time to sleep, because why? So let's carry the child's mentality back to the workplace for our policies. Why are we doing the things we're doing? And why are we doing some of the things that we're doing in relation to employee wellness? You'll be surprised at how much we do because it's always been done like this, without necessarily figuring out if there is any value that comes from doing the things that we do. Okay? I know traditionally we say you have to come 8 to 5, but what's wrong with flexi hours? You want me to work 8 hours, right? Some of us are morning people, some of us are night people. Maybe if I came in at 10, I'll give you better value than when you allow me to come in at 8 o'clock, where I'm going to play solitaire until 10 when my mind begins to function. So let's rethink some of our policies from an HR perspective and ask ourselves, why are we doing the things we're doing from an employee wellness perspective? In terms of Re-Energize, I like the recognition, but let's rethink, reimagine is what I'm going to say, how we want to re-energize the teams that work for us. These are the human beings that are going to make us look nice. Richard Branson once said, if you take care of your employee, they'll take care of your customer. So let's re-energize our people to love the place they spend more than 10 hours in every day. So what does re-energizing mean to you, first of all, as an individual? Because you're the leader of leaders. So you've got to re-energize yourself. Interestingly, as leaders, we project on our teams. If you came to work and you're such an energy bunny that day, everyone around you is going to be an energy bunny. But if you came in and you carried the world's problems, people will be doing this. You'll never know what's happening in the organization. They see you there, they pass here, because no one wants to feed off your bad energy. So again, how do you re-energize yourself as an individual, and how are you re-energizing the teams that are working for you? So I'm asking us, let's reimagine what that means for us. In terms of reshaping, as service providers to some of us, let's extend the boundary, because this is such a critical and important service. It's almost a ministry if you're a Christian like me. It's a calling. You are impacting lives. So let's extend the envelope, change the shape of insurance, and let us love insurance. You know, us who sign the bill, it's more like a compliance signature, yeah? Rita is laughing. It's like a compliance signature. But let's change the way insurance is thought about on the market. Some of us benefit because our employers do that. And the things that you're saying make sense because I can come to my employer who will talk to my insurance service provider and they'll cover the bill. But for individuals in Uganda, where a majority of us lie, who don't have the benefit that some of us in the corporate world have, how do we reshape insurance that we are able to cover some of these lifestyle nuances that are impacting the quality of life in Uganda and the longevity of life in Uganda? I never thought that at 40 I'll start becoming a primary caregiver and it happened sooner than I expected. But I wish I knew about insurance then, and I would have started building the muscle then to enable me improve the quality of life for those that now depend on me now. So all I'm asking is, can we extend the envelope and reshape insurance for Uganda? And I know you guys, this is the room to do that for me.
Thank you. It's been an exciting discussion. I think for me it's just a call for us to take care of our self-wellness, which means that we are going to be doing things that will take care of our minds, our body, and our soul. And by engaging in those activities, we should be able to promote well-being and reduce stress. We also need to be able to have the ability to live life fully, to be happy, to be alive, to be grateful, to live vibrantly and effectively, and to celebrate life. So we'd like to end this session and release you guys to living life fully, to enjoying yourselves, to dancing, and to making sure that you're having a good time. Have a lovely weekend.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Miriam. I'll ask you and the panel to stay just for another minute. We need you to take photos, but also I'll ask our platinum sponsor, the CEO for UAP Life, Mr. Patrick Kimathi, please come up and have a photo moment with our panel. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we have done well with time. We had to scrape the Q&A. Please continue sending the questions to Slido. During the course of the day, we are going to, during the course of the week, we'll compile all the questions, pass them on to the panelists, they will respond, and we'll be able to come back to you with the various questions that are responded to. Mr. Patrick Kimathi, please come up. UAP is, for the panelists, maybe that's our platinum sponsor. So that's where the money is. Ladies and gentlemen, because of time, our repertoire won't be taking us through what we have discussed during this whole conference. One, because we had a summary of all the discussions at the end of each session. But also two, because we have such an organized repertoire, he's been taking notes. He summarized the conversations for the 2 days that we've been here, and he'll put them together, and each of you will receive a summary of the conference in your email boxes when you're back. Sometimes it helps, especially those who dodged. They will also be, you will appear to have attended because you'll have all the content of the conference. Thank you very much. Edward, I think there's something missing, but I'll at this point, yeah, I think there's something missing. I did know that my people had eaten more lunch than the attendees, but now I can see what digestion has done. You guys, we've not yet paid them. We can recall the fees. Yeah, I'll also ask Mr. Patrick Kimathi. I would like you to also hand over a token of appreciation to our panelists for a job well done. Dr. Agaba will go first. Bane Wugalo. Then Dr. Mariam, our moderator. Then we'll have Gloria from EcoBank. And then Dr. Mlingo. ladies and gentlemen, that was our final panel for the day, and we just want to thank them, and you can take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to the final part of our day. As I hand over to my boss, I just want to say that you are very good people. You have not dozed during this session, which is what I normally struggle with afternoon sessions. So I don't know if the hotel served enough food, but I'm just happy that none of you dozed. Thank you very much. You've been a good audience, and now I hand you over to my boss.
Friends, can I request that you give Alex a big round of applause? Alex, thank you very much for leading the conversation. Before we close, ladies and gentlemen, I think that everyone listens to what they want to listen to, and they will take in what they think is good enough for them. But allow me pick some of the comments that I picked here. One of the comments was about sleeping. Sleeping 6 to 8 hours. And then I imagined if you have 6 to 8 hours to sleep, but you know that the 8th hour is when your landlord knocks. For some of us who are renting, I am sure it will be a totally different conversation. I'll only do 5 so that I leave, so that my landlord doesn't find me. But I take your comment on sleeping. Then you talked about exercising 30 minutes, 4 to 5 times a week. This requires when your employer built a gym at your workplace. Because if I have to drive back home, I have a family, then I have to wake up very early, maybe in my house. But also, doctor, I must say that our houses, especially the ones that our landlords put together, are not built to allow gymming inside. It's only, like Chairman Paul, the house he constructs, that allows. But for your landlord, bed, breakfast, and whatever, then you have where to put a machine to gym. It's a bit. Then diet. The thing about diet, and the doctor talked about our lunch and said that diet. But for me, when I talked about diet, I said diet versus appetite. My plate can be full, but my appetite is high. You may think that I am having a wrong diet, but it's just my appetite. But also, finally, I think the other thing I wanted to talk about is the doctor also said in the 5th thing, find meaning in the work you do. I want to tell you, whether you find meaning or you don't find meaning, at the back of your mind, poverty is real.
My boss, Tokubyenyo.
Friends, whether meaning is there or it's not there, whether you are enjoying or understanding the job is until they fire you. Because poverty is what?
Bit slowly.
Ladies and gentlemen, I wish I had more time. I have put my notes together, but I wish I had more time. Can everyone extend the right hand friendship to their neighbor and tell them thank you very much for staying this long? Give them a high five and tell them let us enjoy the evening as well. Give them a high five and tell them let us enjoy the evening. It is difficult to give your friend a right hand of friendship when you are annoyed. I think you do it when you are happy, isn't it? Okay, so at this point in time, 2 things, because after this, I am going to invite Mr. Solomon Ruwondo, who is going to give the closing remarks. And after that, I'll request the legacy team. Can we give them a round of applause? The legacy team, they've done as well. And I'm going to give, after Solomon, they will play the anthems. We'll all rise, and then we'll do the anthems. And once the anthems are done, the next conversation is Busowoko. Now, we were contemplating if going to Busowoko in a high heel is acceptable, but we have no choice. We shall go. Whether you're in a high heel or what, from Busowoko, we go to Ginger Sailing Club. Now, Ginger Sailing Club, director, At Ginger Sailing Club, there is karaoke. We will request that because you're the only one from IRA, you'll form a choir.
The IRA choir.
That's only to say that it's important, because at karaoke time, it is difficult to sing alone. So we are going to make sure we cluster you. I see that now, for example, Jubilee Alliance is full. Mwami Bukenya is here and the CEO. The choir is full. But the only worry about that choir, it will be full-time bass. But anyway, we shall enjoy it the way it will come out. And guys, you've been lovely, but it's important that we go to Busowoko, and after that, we all go to what? To Ginger Sailing Club. And in the event we leave you, please find us there. Can we make welcome for Mr. Solomon Rubondo?
I'm sorry, my boss. Just before Mr. Rubondo, due to special request, the ladies, there's 30 minutes after here to freshen up, take off your high heels, put on sneakers to go to Busowoko. When we come back from Busowoko, we'll give you another 30 minutes to freshen up again and go to Sailing Club. That's the Insurance Brokers Association of Uganda.
The way you have made me look like I don't care for the people.
Kabadi.
But remember, master of ceremony, you do as told. You do as what? So even him is doing as what? So I think what he says takes over. So 30 minutes. So let us assume that will be about 4. Exactly 4. That's when we are supposed to come back. Can we welcome Solomon with a big, big round of applause?
The vans will be waiting for everyone at the entrance of the hotel. So after you freshen up, just come to the vans. There's transport prepared to take you to Busowoko and the Sailing Club. Mr. Rubondo.
Thank you very much, Master of Ceremonies. This is one function that we really appreciate. And I want to reassure you, next time you accept to be Master of Ceremonies, don't expect to be thanked. But having been an MC before, I want to thank you very much. You've done us very well. To put my remarks in perspective, having accepted me as your guest of honor, I first of all want to recognize and salute the presence of Director, Market Development, Mr. Protazio Sande, who stands in very ably as our regulator. I am bribing you to seek for permission that I proceed. Secondly, having realized that the last panel was about wellness and addressed by authorities, especially doctors, I'd request that you lend me a title doctor. For this time I'm going to be here. And more so that I'm also standing in for Dr. Mvawala, this Executive Director for National Planning Authority. Doctors, am I allowed? Thank you very much. For that reason, therefore, I will remove my tag and become Dr. Solomon and address you this afternoon. Thank you very much indeed. The last panel was quite involving. And all you said concerns me. And Mr. Gava, since you've already been contradicted, I will also proceed to contradict you because I am in the second part of my recovery from a brain stroke. And this is my second public function from the first one again 2 days ago with full participation. And one of the key things I was told is that, Solomon, if you love your life, look after it. I believe the mission of wellness underpins that statement. That if you love your life, look after it. When the stroke caught me, I was staggering in the road. But I was comfortable that my partner was walking behind me on December 12th, Monday, around midday, and I thought he would save me. but vehicles were hooting and I was staggering left, right. Being a Monday, many said, Mzee Gasuzeko, because I used to take gin very well. Geoffrey, my partner, came and passed me when I found a stool behind the office. And he asked me, what is it? I said, I'm feeling dizzy. But my hand was losing sensitivity. And when I went to the doctor, that's when he confirmed that there's something you need to go to the MRI. And they confirmed my artery was blocked and there was an attack on my brain. They told me everything that you have said. Taking care of your life, sleeping well. And they told me sleeping. Madam Ecobank, don't deny me alone. Again, if I contradict what you said. Sleeping, that does not mean just staying in bed, going to bed at 1, 2, sleep up to 8. Like the sun was made to move during the day and the night is dark, sleeping time should be 8 hours with your eyes closed. So that by 8 o'clock, you're alive, you're alert, you go and do your work. That's part of reshaping our working life. One thing you've denied me during the last 2 days is my afternoon sleep. Because all I do is have breakfast, sleep up to midday, have lunch, sleep up to 4, nengenda njota akasana. It has largely contributed to my recovery in addition to the drugs. My hand is back. I am now working on managing my brain. Thank you very much. So, if you didn't see me sing or dance last evening, I was pleading for my life. And I think I'm also doing well on that course. Next week, my general physician will tell me when to start exercises, which are critical. And then the doctor who talked about mental wellness, I am also supposed to go to a psychiatrist for review. Because sometimes we get issues and we don't know. So for those of you who are shy to include psychiatric review, please take me as a crusader. And I'm not confessing to abnormality or insanity, but it's a critical component to review for our health. If we have been overstretching our brains, you know where you're heading. So I want to support you, doctor. Is it Benjamin? Was he called who? Hey? Who? Dennis. I want to support you in people being reviewed. You will see me in Butabika probably in around you, not for admission. Like you go saying, I feel cold, I feel what, I want to check fever, check. And that's what I want to be. That underpins the issue of wellness in my understanding of things. And I want to agree with all that you have said. And that really speaks to the third phrase in our theme of reshaping. I asked my lawyer friend that there are 2 commandments. Love your God, love one another. What are we doing with the multitude of statutes and laws when there are only 2 laws that God gave us? So to me, the rest of all the other laws is illegality. He said, no, Solomon, there are 2 things. Whereas God said, love God, love one another, there is no court where you can sue a person for not loving you. That's again the controversy. You can't sue me for not loving you. And yet God directs us to love one another. So if there was a court, that law would be very effective. And then he said, since you could not keep the 2 laws, and you know how people have failed to keep the second law of one another? Do you know how they have failed? How many words are there? Love one another. Can you repeat after me? Love one another. Can you interchange the last 2 words? Exactly. So we loved another one instead of loving one another. So he said, having failed a second, that's when the lawyers came up with all these laws. Your message to be each other's keeper is very relevant. And HR, may I also request you to do some character service at certain critical moments, especially around payday. Around payday, there are people who go to the cash office to sign receipts. They are full of advances. What is going on in the mind of such a person? I think it's important for someone to tactfully go around and say, hey, today you're extra smart. Is it your day? Do you have a date? There's this thing happening. Someone will tell you, never talk about my clothes. Someone will tell you, never dress me this way. Someone says, you see? There are all those things that they do boost us. And they are all fundamentals of wellness. We look at money. We look at the re-energizing bit of it, investing. And I think we miss the cause. And therefore, Madam HR, also, I think you should also include in your planning issues of diet and management of supplements. I don't know whether there is a supplement provider among the exhibitors. There would be an army of them. Omega-3, Manjiga, Saja, what have you, all those things. But I think there are also certain natural foods that contain those nutrients. I think you should also design the diets and maybe have a banana once or twice a week, or maybe an avocado somewhere, because these things, the aloe veras come from avocado. What's the point of making supplement from company XYZ more expensive in a situation of real poverty when you can get the avocados? I think that also speaks to being each other's keeper. So I really want to thank you very much, really, ladies, for addressing that, and ask my colleagues to take this very seriously, because we need each other. I will talk to the ladies who will come to me at the evening and share with you a concern my secretary raised one time. It really touched me and taught me how to deal with staff. So thank you very much indeed, and thank you very much. And then for the congregation, thank you very much for being very attentive. I am saying all this to erode what normally we take on as defensiveness. Like when we are in church, they tell us, if you hear God's voice, don't harden your heart. Many times when they talk about health, we harden our hearts, we go defensive, we do X, Y, Z. How many of you, during the time you've spent here, went through the booth by the doctors? Are they called C-Care for pressure tests? If you did, please stand up. Clap heavily, those who didn't go. Thank you very much. Those who didn't go, you stand guilty as accused. Because in the real, I went there, I've gone there today. I also have my pressure machine as part of my luggage, because now I want to know. And I'm not saying I grew up this disciplined. No, all this was after December. And it just came to me after striking. Paul, you need not laugh, okay? But it's a confession. And I'm saying, please do not get there. Let's respect the diet. Let's respect the exercises. Let's respect the rest. Madam EcoBank, in your association of HRs, please ensure that these things are done. That therefore puts in the right perspective the remarks of, if you don't work for your employees, if you work for your employees will work for you. 2 or 3 weeks, you've seen what has been happening. Tiyafuna msala, umchala mulwadde, ateba novachi, you know. You never sense these concerns because we don't engage. I was walking out at 10 o'clock for something from my room. I got a sunstroke, I couldn't proceed. I had left Fiona, who was supporting me here. Alex and the group was sitting close to where I was, but they couldn't hear. I got the askari who's supposed to be manning security. So I held his hand, so we were able to walk. He thought I needed security protection. I needed physical protection for someone to hold. And he went telling me how people are killing, gunmen are killing people these days, how you don't trust anybody. And I was telling him, don't walk fast. I can't manage your speed. Many of us would be in such situation, and it can happen to anybody. I therefore salute the subject of wellness from the bottom of my heart, and I bequeath it upon everybody to adapt it. Thank you very much. Mr. Regulator, a lot has been said about what we need to do, about rethinking, reshaping, and re-energizing. I want us to go back to those two commandments and talk about the insurance and why it is done. The whole HR of EcoBank said, for me who signs for compliance, a university graduate, a specialist in HR, calls insurance compliance. You must give us workers' compensation, you must give us GPA, and therefore the challenge is on all of us, here and across the borders, to make insurance likable. Electricity is sold as yaka because they realized the importance of the language to the consumer. Previously, UEB would disconnect you. They don't care. It's called yaka. I don't know whether national water will be called what. But I think they also need to customize their service. They even hold Customers' Day to show you the importance of interfacing between buyers of products and users. But most importantly, to educate them about their importance. I have cited so many scenarios where people have referred to insurance as a tax. But I think we should make it something desirable. Like you need sugar in your tea or honey, you need bread to accompany your meal, also to have insurance by your side. Mr. Regulator, sir, affordability will be subject of discussion. How many of you would know if 1,000 shillings was deducted from your account? How many of you would realize? Only 1 out of 200. So if they deducted 1,000 for 12 months, that will be 12,000 shillings. Can't that buy basic GPA cover? Maybe 2 or 3 million? Can we find a way of managing the cost? And one way is what I tell my colleagues. And normally when I have met parliamentarians, they say, Solomon Rubondo, what is it this time? Again, you want more business. Even parliamentarians look at us as commercialists. And they don't wish we continue making profits. Can we market ourselves as critically needed solution providers? That is one way, again, also, of belying the impact of price. However much, I mean, you hear of strikes, doctors, what have you. How many parents have gone on strike because of increase in fees? None. Because they'll never be together. They all need education for their children. Even the children will say, Daddy, you pay and keep quiet. So in reshaping, in re-energizing, or in rethinking, let us focus on that. And my message is for us to stand as solution providers. This conference is made a critical contribution to the planning function of the country. And as insurers, we are challenged with the products that we are selling, their relevance, their affordability, their accessibility. The lady approached me over lunch and said, we didn't hear the rhyme that you told us. And I repeated that we were trained to sell insurance saying that for a price premium P, we issue a policy P with a promise P to pay P in event of a problem P. We were trained to market Ps. All right? But the most important of all those Ps is the promise. The most important of all those promises, of all those Ps, is the promise. The price will work out naturally. Therefore, the discussions on the business models, the discussions on their IT landscape are critical to this function. A conference may not resolve all the questions in one day, but it stimulates thinking. And I would like to bequeath upon all of you that we take this session as the beginning of a thinking process. Rethinking doesn't have to be a phrase. I think let us start the thinking process. And where the thinking becomes difficult, then let's go back to the aspirations of Rotarians. Whenever Rotarians get together, we do all we do. We sing "I'm Still Out of Rotary" for the rest of the year. We do what we do. We go for fellowship. But at the bottom of all of that, we strive to do three things: do something, learn something, make a friend. If you didn't pay attention to the panels, do something. At least you say, I did this in Ginger. Learn something. Mr. Gava, we have learned to keep time. Alex, we have learned to keep time. Let them clap for you. And make a friend. And make a friend. Make a friend. Honestly, we should not walk in here and just walk out being the same people. So many people talked about Solomon. Everybody knows Solomon. In turn, or I should also reciprocate by knowing you. By knowing you. So that tomorrow I can call you. Somebody talked about languages. I speak 12. And I can survive everywhere. I can survive everywhere. And I learned it in different situations. Others say if you want to learn language, ekinyarwanda ndakizi. Twavuze nawe, twakivuze. Ezana Kongomali hapa. Ezana Kongomali. Yo muto uti Kongo, yo uti Kongo. Nasola kalingala. Ngai peza Kongomali. Okamwi? Okamwi? Maboko likolo kaka. They say when you want to learn languages, you befriend girls. Would I have befriended 12? Jennifer, is that acceptable? To learn 12 languages? It's a matter of interest. If you want to learn the language, befriend those who know the language. It is part of the rethinking process and also the investment. And that the longer we go by, of course, the further we shall be from our destination. I think it's important to sign a statement of confession that perhaps we have strayed. Sign to go back in the spirit of reshaping to support our rethinking. Because I am told, and I do believe, that risk awareness is 50% the solution in risk management. Someone talked about denial. If we continue calling ourselves big names, and that's why I don't like people who regurgitate 0.8%. I don't like them, and I don't like it. It is a statement of self-condemnation and a confession of failure. If you are content with 0.8%, what have you done with the 99.2%? Those who have been to South Africa, an ordinary person in South Africa doesn't even know the level of penetration, but he knows how claims are processed. Has anybody ever tested that? Paul, am I right? So this thing we call, I am aware of my market because I know 0.8, doesn't portray us well. As part of the rethinking, let's find a way of digging up for the 99.2. Then, of course, we have a position and a statement to make to the regulator in what do you want us to do. We want you to push for the insurance of government properties. Those who sell householders insurance to those premises in Muyenga, don't you sell earthquake insurance? Yes or no? Don't you sell landslides? Does it also go to say by extrapolation that if you had all the houses in Muyenga insured against landslides, insurance would compensate them? Pardon? Pardon? How then do you talk of disaster preparedness in government without an insurer to advise you on how to set up pools or bonds? And then when it occurs in Wududa, we run around for 2 billion shillings supplementary. I think these are some of the hard things that old men like me have got to tell. Sunday, as you remain my friend and constitute your choir, these are some of the things that we need to talk about. But it doesn't mean that we as the players sit back and always run to the regulator. He will regulate, he will not invent. Your choice of the theme, therefore, Rita, was very pertinent. That we need to a louder one, friends. Was very pertinent because it has given us career ways. There is a lot that we shall have to do. It was a very good moment for all of us to be together in the same place. And to you, Paul, perhaps it proved what we used to fear. And now you know that you can call insurers. Actually, when you consulted me, I told you that ITC organized a conference in Entebbe last year, and the people went there for 2 days. I am confident you'll get 200 people in Busoga. And I want to thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for the dedication. And please return these thanks to the employers for having released these funds. Madam HR, sometimes you look at training as an expense. But this is an expense well spent. If any of your staff here comes back with 3 friends, then you know when to touch them. Then you know when to approach them. Then you know how to make reference to them. It was time well spent. I do submit. I will recover my sleep somehow. It was time well spent. There has been a lot to learn. The choice of Busoga, I think, could not have made any better choice. But sometimes, thank you very much, and sometimes we do not maximize the advantage. Professor Balunywa at one of the Busoga fora said, we are sitting here, we don't know that vehicles going to 5 countries pass here. All we sell by the roadside are Rolex, chapati, and condoms. Is that the best we should give as an industrial town? Friends, spend some money on better items, the time that you'll be here. We want to tell Honorable Kadaga that you graced us, you gave us permission to enjoy Busoga, and Dr. Muvawala also closed us, and we have contributed so much to the economy of Busoga. These are some of the things that conference do bring about. I was happy, and I could still remember the launch by Smart Access, which was done on Wednesday. And I'm glad that they followed us up, and they are part of the fraternity. I liked your insight into the product. I liked your insight into the product. I like the analogy that your product has brought about reduction in costs by 35%. Yet it has increased traffic by over 16% and income to the providers by over 40%. More people are going to hospitals, more money is being paid to the hospitals at a lower cost. And I said, how does it work out? We have reduced fraud. We have reduced fraud. So if we don't come together, therefore, as an industry, some smart person will actually get into our product and play around with it. The providers of our communication service are struggling, and the people who are hacking into their system are boys from William Street, Wansei, and what have you, and they think they have the best. So while we talk about technology, I think the question of security that was raised is very pertinent. That is my understanding of the things that we have gone through over the last 2 days. And again, feeling patronized. It was very paternal to have you, our friends from East Africa, for choosing to come here. Kindly say the good things about Uganda. Kindly say the good things about Uganda. Forget these isolated cases of so and so shot so and so. It doesn't mean we are murderers. Say, I made friends. I made people who listen. I made people who have material. And it actually elates all of us as a community to know that these talents are within us. So, President EIBA, thank you very much for your time. We do, okay, let's clap. We thank our service providers who have made it possible. Did we have an interruption with Power Gava? Yeah, because then you'd have had a challenge when you are standing here and you need to try and shout. So if anybody talks about power cuts in Uganda, you say no. Ezate. Ezate, ezalite. Si omoni ezalaki awa. No money. Merci beaucoup. So You tell them there are no power cuts, there are no murderers, they are friends. There is social activity. And we thank the hotel for making it possible for us to come here. Really thank all of you for the time that you've put in, for the very interactive sessions. And I do thank you very much for really giving me the time to share the little that I've also learned from you during this time. Our panelists, our keynote speakers, we really salute you. And again, the organizing committee, once again, for really bringing us together to attend to these intellectual discussions. And again, for the fun program that we have had, what awaits us. And when you choose to retire back to Kampala, I know you won't go beyond Kampala and Katonga. I really wish you journey masses, and wish you all the best in the remaining parts, and believe that this conference has impacted on us and that we shall have something to show in the remaining parts of your life. I thank you very much and say all this for God and my country.
Okay.
Okay, because it was also my role, I declare this conference hereby closed, subject to the remaining announcements. And that one I think should be a very big applause, especially to the organizers. I allow him to make the announcement. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Solomon. Ladies and gentlemen, purely announcements. Tomorrow we have an AGM, and those that are supposed to attend are informed to be here by exactly 9. The second thing is that now that we had agreed, it is 10 minutes past 4, so 30 minutes.
4:30.
Ladies and gentlemen, since I'm part of you, please accept my omissions. I think it's bad manners once you are fed not to say ofumbye nnyo wateka merci beaucoup. May I request our sponsors please to stand up, and we do applaud you. Our sponsors in the respective categories. The sponsors, please rise. Friends, without you, we would not have made it. Thank you very much indeed. You already have some physical tokens to hang in your boardrooms to show their appreciations. Thank you very much indeed. I won't come back, Gava.
So I'm done with the AGM, so be here by 9. We have 30 minutes, so in your calculation, Alex, you said what time?
4:30, we are departing for Buoko.
Busowoko.
Busowoko, so
Okay,
that's 21
okay.
minutes.
So if you don't find the bus, ensure you came with your car.
You wait for the return journey to Sailing Club.
Yes, then from there directs to Sailing Club.
Yeah.
The legacy team has requested that we didn't have a group picture, so as we move out, we will have a group picture. People not to miss in this picture. 1, sponsors in all categories. But again, the sponsors will also stand according to. I will not go there. The regulator, the chairman, our international delegates. Ladies and gentlemen, can we rise, and the legacy team plays for us the anthems. course, the legacy team. We have one final announcement. Legacy team, please set up where we are going to have the picture from.
Ladies and gentlemen, my apologies, but I'd like to make a little adjustment. In terms of respecting the time, let's agree 30 minutes would be latest. The trucks, we have a number of coasters to take us for the tour. We have them leaving 4:45. But let's try to move fast and be back by about 6, back to the hotel. And then we give our friends about 1 hour to freshen up and get ready for the evening. The same coasters will be available from 7 o'clock to take those who are able to go with the coasters, well and good. Those who aren't might have to make their own way there. I hope you enjoy the rest of the evening. Thank you.